innovation at risk. The AI Action Plan released Wednesday includes dozens of recommendations like expanding energy supply for data centers. Worries that AI chatbots such as ChatGPT would siphon revenue away from Google's long dominant internet search business have been overblown, at least so far. Google's owner Alphabet says revenue for its core search and advertising business increased 12% in the latest quarter, helping its profit jump 19%. But getting a lot of investor attention is Alphabet's warning that spending, especially on its own AI development, will be higher than previously promised. And Uber is launching a new feature in the U.S. that pairs women drivers with women riders. The rideshare company will begin piloting the feature in L.A., San Francisco, and Detroit next month, marking its latest move to address safety on the platform. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Head on down to Citizens Bank Park on Friday, August 22nd at 6:45 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over receive a City Connect Miller Lite floppy hat. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Get ready to flex like the Fanatic on Tuesday, August 5th when kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic Big Chain presented by Terminix as the Phils take on the Orioles at 6:45. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Game day or any day, your fit says it all. Hit up MLBshop.com for the latest jerseys, caps, hoodies, and accessories to keep you in the game all year long. Rep your team, rep your city, rep yourself. Gear up and game on at MLBshop.com, the official online shop of Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball trademark user permission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When we place our loved ones in a nursing home, we expect them to receive the best care. We meet with families who learn that their mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers have been terribly abused in nursing homes. Bed sores, malnutrition, broken bones, dehydration, and yes, even death. If you believe that a loved one has been abused or neglected while living in a nursing home, call us. The consultation is free.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, July 24th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Thursday. That means Jimmy Fela is coming up at 8:30. Midway through the cut sheet. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday, Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Let's get this thing going. Come on, 6 a.m.
Any news out there that we should discuss?
Oh, man.
Really slow summer news day.
I know. Man, those dog days of July, just grinding away, trying to get to the finish line at 10 o'clock. We have a lot to get to today. A Tulsi Gabbard big take, her findings, well, not necessarily her findings, but her delivery yesterday on Barack Obama, how the media covered it, or did not cover it, or bailed on it midway through. We'll get into that. Also, economically, with tariffs, CNN and MSNBC giving Trump credit on trade wars and trade wins. We'll also get to Title IX. All of the females out there, the Riley Gaineses of the world, the Paula Scanlons, any man, any woman that had the courage to speak up, even though it was common sense. We'll get into that both from a U.S. Olympic level as well as a state attorney general level. Half of the country, actually. And also, South Park debuted last night.
It was great. It was great.
Which is very interesting when you look at the financial commitment from CBS Paramount. They just invested, well, we'll tell you in a little bit, and we'll also put to bed this Colbert political cancellation nonsense. Because if you watched the episode or you saw any of the clips that involved Donald Trump, you would realize it's not really political. We'll get to all of that. Plus, we have some Epstein stuff to hit on as well. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, Jimmy Fallon, and a whole bunch more. Let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. The heat is back on, full forecast, in a moment, but 69 degrees and heating up. We're back into the 90s, guys. And we are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by First Harvest Credit Union this Thursday morning. This is the 24th of July. So following up on yesterday, as we talk about the member of the Frankfurt-based drug gang who already is a confessed cop killer. It was sentencing day yesterday. And this is in the shooting of Corporal James O'Connor. We talked about his widow, Terry, yesterday, many in the courtroom. And this is Hassan Elliott, that confessed cop killer, sentenced to 75 years in prison. These are federal charges after he did plead guilty to his involvement in that March 2020 shooting in Philadelphia's Frankfurt neighborhood that, of course, took the life of SWAT Corporal James O'Connor, who's a husband, a father, longtime veteran police officer. His son is a police officer, currently daughter serving in the military. And there was a shocking moment there as the 26-year-old Hassan Elliott, he took the stand at his sentencing yesterday morning after, of course, he did plead guilty to the murder and racketeering charges. And shortly before he was sentenced, he said that while he apologized to the family of the man he killed, he grew up thinking violent was right. Then, after he was sentenced, he did mutter something loudly enough for the family to hear it. And this was quite a shocking situation because, for him to say anything to the family or in front of the family or directed at the family, I guess in many ways it's par for the course, but the family of Corporal O'Connor was speaking about that in court.
So no remorse from this guy.
And that was just it. No remorse as Terry O'Connor, the victim's wife, she was, obviously there are victim impact statements in any situation like this. As she said, you made me feel like you made me a single mom, and he will forever be remembered, her husband, meaning as a real hero.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So a ton of support for obviously the police and for the family of Corporal O'Connor. But in this one, to mutter anything, was I guess just adds to this family's pain. But 75 years, he's going away.
Well, I'm glad it's 75. I think yesterday you had said it could be a range of 50 to 75.
Yeah, that was the range.
Yeah.
So the judge at least taking, the max that they could sentence this guy to.
Good.
So we have others sentenced, and he was, as we talked about yesterday, long rap sheet accused of many other murders as well. And it was, I know we'll get into the Korberger case. A lot of people, a lot of national news entities.
Yeah, he received 4 life sentences.
Ooh, boy.
And he said 3 words yesterday when given the chance.
The sister of one of the victims
Yeah.
went off, and it was the greatest. I am telling you, we'll play it at 7:45. It is the greatest 4 minutes you will ever hear.
Good.
Because if you ever have 4 minutes to talk to your sister's killer, this is exactly what you should say.
Beautiful.
Amazing. She did an amazing job.
Great.
Yeah, trying to get into his head because he thinks of himself as this brilliant, high IQ guy.
So good. So good.
So, but these poor people are in pain. So 2 different courtrooms across the country, but you see the lack of remorse. I think that's the theme that I would say was going on yesterday, locally, nationally, what everybody was talking about. And then I'll just take you to Canada for a moment. A judge is set to deliver the judge's verdict today in the sexual assault case involving 5 members of Canada's 2018 World Junior Hockey team. Carter Hart is among those, former Flyer. And so they face this trial after an incident that happened in London, Ontario. And this was all the way back in 2018. So they have a little bit difference of a system there in Canada. But in this one, there was a civil case that was reached and settled with a woman who says that, these young hockey players victimized her. So what does this mean as far as sentencing, jail time? We're watching that very carefully as we look to Canada, and this judge expected to rule today. In Philadelphia, one of the stories making headlines this morning, one person was found dead after firefighters were able to put out that house fire in Philadelphia's Mayfair section. 2 children are in critical condition this morning after that house fire. And there's video just showing the intense flames broke out in the morning. This is the 3100 block of Sterling Street. Neighbors waking up to glass shattering, firefighters rushing to the scene there. So we know that one woman was killed and a little boy and a little girl, looks like they're 9-10 years old. They were pulled from the home, firefighters, heroically getting them out of the house. And then they were rushed to St. Christopher's Hospital where they remain in critical condition. I don't have word if they've stabilized their condition, just that they're in critical. So we're following that. The tragic headline out of this story is that firefighters now say there were no working smoke detectors in this home.
Yeah.
So they're
it could have been preventable.
So they're investigating the cause, but we have that tragedy going on. And then quite a situation, a rescue. This is Avalon, New Jersey, down the Jersey Shore, as there were dozens of first responders, lifeguards, going into action with as many as 10 people holding on for their lives as a failed boat engine in rough waters and very strong winds caused this sailboat to slam into the jetty. Ooh. Apparently, this was some kind of a sailing lesson. That's how it all began. But these people did escape into the water with their life jackets.
First lesson, don't do what I'm doing.
Yeah. Stop.
Yeah, I like boating, and I like driving, like a pontoon. But I'm not interested in boating, at least driving the boat on an ocean. I need to be on like a lake.
Yeah, you have to be very experienced. Lakes are one thing, but you have to be very experienced. And too many people who think they know what they're doing take their very expensive boats out and they're like, I can do this. And they end up getting in trouble,
Yep.
Yeah, so in this one, there were all different boaters were helping to come to the rescue. Like I say, dozens of lifeguards, other first responders. They just said it was the one guy who was very experienced, nearly 30 years of experience, and just said he's never seen anything like this. But I guess the engine unexpectedly breaks down. Sails were not raised.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I guess they were taking the boat out, trying to get it out further.
Yeah.
Dangerous weather conditions caused it to smash into that jetty. This could have been a much worse situation. So all 10 of the people in the boat, they were rescued.
Good.
So, and they were wearing their life jackets.
Good. Well, that's what we like to see.
Yeah, we've got that going on.
Yeah.
I know that we'll get into all things Trump yesterday, as well as DNI with everything with Tulsi Gabbard. My goodness. I will just headline for you that President Trump holding that AI summit yesterday and issuing 3 executive orders, and great news with the economy, great news from NVIDIA, for example. So a lot happening with the House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer issuing a subpoena to Ghislaine Maxwell. Wow, just a flurry of activity and reaction to it going well into the night. And if you're just waking up, pay attention, because if you missed last evening around dinner time and then throughout the evening, you've missed a lot. So we'll get it all to you. So we have all of that going on and a big change in the weather for you as well. We are sponsored in Kayal & Company News Live, first edition, by First Harvest Credit Union. So you want to watch your money grow with First Harvest Credit Union. Share certificates, earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate. You can visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates, and membership restrictions do apply here, insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. Unfortunately, our Phils, we've seen a lot of action from the Phils this week and some exciting moments. Not so exciting for us in the end.
Yeah. What would that end up? 6-5. I fell asleep when it was 6-5 when they were losing to the Red Sox.
Yeah, it was 9-8. We lost to the Boston Red Sox last night. Beautiful weather for baseball.
Yeah, I was just going to say all this week, seeing the series with the Red Sox and the Phillies, you got some beautiful, beautiful baseball night weather.
Yeah, we're going to the Iron Pigs game tonight.
Oh, nice.
Game. Nice.
Yeah. Coca-Cola Park there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get ready to sweat.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, every other night it's been great. Tonight it'll be 90. So
I'll be soaked.
So have fun there, Kale.
Put my towel over my head.
So the it's today and tomorrow, right, with the weather, Nick?
That's correct. Philly weather, 69 degrees. A high of 91 today. Tomorrow it's going up to 96. It'll be gorgeous, but it will be hot. Saturday,
96?
Saturday's going down to about 88. It'll be sunny as well, and we'll have a little bit of a pop-up storm on Sunday. Weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Thursday Big Take is on the way. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. So maybe you're thinking about redoing your siding. Great idea, because right now is a perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So that means fiber cement siding or vinyl siding. And Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. And siding, it's not just for the curb appeal. It's not just for the beauty or the vanity of it. It actually serves as an important protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. The Chapman family team has more than 30 years of experience, and they complete every project. And I can tell you this, I can vouch for this. Every project is done with such care, such precision, and they take pride in their work. They also go that extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, all the options, and there are so many that are going to best fit your home, your personality, and I think most importantly, your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. Chapman also offers 18-month interest-free financing. You can call them. You can text. They're listening right now. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a look at the before and after photos. They have front door makeovers just in time for fall. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance auto protection plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, suitcases?
Check.
Snacks?
Double check.
Giant stuffed giraffe?
Buckled in.
Tire check?
Already handled it. United Tire took care of everything. Brand new tires, and they even handled the rebates to save us a bunch of money. We are road trip ready.
Okay, hop in, kids.
From road trips to grocery runs, start your journey with safe tires. Don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com for a location near you.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs, what a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai. The first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.620, Kayal and Company. It is a Thursday morning. We have so much to get into, a good variety of stories and topics that we will discuss, ranging from Tulsi and Obama to Title IX to the comedy vibe shift in America. We will go from South Park to Epstein. Not sure many other shows will be doing that, but we will be. Cut sheet at 7:45. Jimmy Fallon coming up at 8:30. But right now, let's get to a Thursday morning. Big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take, Intel and turmoil, inflation and tariffs. Have you ever noticed how the media covers Donald Trump compared to other presidents, Republican or Democrat? Rhetorical question, I know. But think about this. Donald Trump, purely on a policy basis, forget all of the salacious stuff, the sound bites, the Truth Social posts. Just think on policy alone. He can get 7 out of 10 things correct and deliver on campaign promises or put things into motion. And the media will talk about what he didn't get right, what he didn't deliver on. Yet when it comes to any other president who was born and raised in the swamp, they go 1 for 4, and the 75% of their failures go without mention. Fascinating how that works, is it not? But when it comes to yesterday on Capitol Hill and within legacy media, the Trump administration, I believe, proved the experts wrong again. As TV hacks like to say, better than expected. We had media admissions on the economic front, and we still have media omissions on the Obama front. But we begin with Tulsi Gabbard and the goods being receipts. Here was the Department of National Intelligence director providing new Russiagate evidence that directly points to Obama, and as I said on Wednesday, It will now go to Pam Bondi to decide if there are criminal implications. Listen and watch.
At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination with the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified Oversight Majority Staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve...
Phil, if you could, please throw up the chart on YouTube that actually shows the visual of how this was put in place. This is also courtesy of Tulsi Gabbard at the DNI. Here is the flow chart for those who are only listening, and you can see this on YouTube if you'd like right now. So the POTUS briefing was pulled. Secret Russia meetings were had. Obama gives the order. Politicized intelligence, which leads to deep state leaks to outlets that are friendly to the left and Democrats like NBC News, the New York Times, and the Washington Post. A fake weaponized assessment is created, and kaboom, there you have it, the Russia hoax concocted by those seeking to undermine Trump and deny the American people peace of mind. Now we go to the media omission. As things continued to get juicier yesterday with every word from Tulsi Gabbard, CNN, which was airing the broadcast and carrying Tulsi Gabbard's speech, as soon as they got to some really good stuff, they decided to bail on the presser. Listen and watch this.
Multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th.
We've been listening there to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, continuing on what has now been a multi-day effort, not only with public statements like this, but release of documents, to attempt to back up the quite extreme allegation that President Obama is guilty of treason and that he worked in some sort of conspiracy with Hillary Clinton, etc., in the assessment by the intelligence community at the time that Russia interfered in the 2016.
As soon as Gabbard gets to the point where it's shown that Russia had no ability, I believe a producer, knowing the media the way I do, and we'll get Dawn's thoughts on this as well, got in the ear of the CNN anchor and said, all right, we're getting out. Abort, abort, abort. Absolutely embarrassing. You have no ratings. What else are you bailing out to go back to? Absolutely embarrassing. But wait, there's more. You think Biden's health and the cover-up was bad over the last couple of years? Well, according to new documents, the cover-up for Hillary Clinton was bad as well. Tulsi Gabbard's recent declassification also exposes how Russia had a stash of damaging details about Hillary Clinton that might have ended her campaign. According to insider reports, they say that she was using strong sedatives due to worsening mental health. Documents also revealed serious medical problems like chronic fatigue and heart issues. Party insiders admitted European Union allies saw her as unfit and quietly hoped she would lose. Obama and party leaders found her health, quote, extraordinarily alarming, end quote. Obama pushed the hoax that Russia was helping Trump and targeting Hillary, yet they again sit on health details that could have squashed her campaign. Now, as I said yesterday, most people care about kitchen table issues. There's substance and then there's sizzle. I do believe these accusations. I don't believe arrests will happen. I'll tell you why coming up after the big take. But it's no fun when the rabbit has the gun, is it, Barack? No, not at all. Speaking of kitchen table issues, Trump is winning on tariffs. 3 trade victories with Japan, the Philippines, and Indonesia have America on the path to victory, and even the legacy media is covering it and admitting it, speaking about it, writing about it. Here's CNN with the details. Listen and watch.
Thank you so much for having me. I think Republicans should respond to it based on the facts. And if you look at the facts of what's happening here and what happened earlier on, there was a lot of consternation, a lot of noise being created around tariffs because it's something that our presidents of the United States haven't had as far as their economic agenda. Donald Trump has, and all of the gloom and doom that was predicted as far as the tariffs are concerned, they have not been realized. So I think that you've seen what the markets are saying. You know, you have the great numbers that you just were talking about here. Until people actually feel the impact of whatever this gloom and doom scenario is, that's when it'll probably hurt Donald Trump. But at this point, Donald Trump's tariff policy seems to be working. And I think it's very difficult for Democrats to actually give him credit for that. Talk about what the facts are, and the facts are it's working.
CNN.com even writing this story. I can't believe this was actually published by CNN. Headline, How Trump Turned the Tide in His Trade War. They write, quote, President Donald Trump has pulled off an impressive feat. He is raising tariffs on some of America's most important trading partners, and the world is largely cheering the agreements as victories, placing historically high taxes on imports from around the world, particularly at a time when American consumers are still reeling from the highest inflation they've experienced in 4 decades. Marked one of Trump's boldest gambles of his presidency. Trump was largely elected on his pledge to fix Americans' finances. Economists have widely shunned his trade policy, which is expected to raise costs for businesses and consumers. But Trump zagged when everyone was zigging, and so far, the bet has paid off. Can't wait to send that paragraph to my mother-in-law later today. At MSNBC, you too are at least showing some semblance of self-respect, giving 47 his props. Listen and watch this.
The worst predictions that inflation was going to be fueled by this new tariffs regime have not turned out to be the case so far. Are you confident that even as new tariffs go into place on August 1st, on August 12th, that there will not be an effect that Americans are going to see when they try to buy a car or Christmas goods or toys or dolls or anything else?
Well, I think what we've seen so far is that the manufacturers have been eating it a lot, or the exporters have been taking a lot of the price or the tariff adjustment. I think we're also seeing a lot of the retailers do it. A lot of the retailers' margins got very fat during COVID, so I think some of them are absorbing it. I was with the Amazon CEO last week, and he said thus far they're not seeing any price increases. And thus far, we've seen very good inflation.
Wives with Amazon Prime accounts rejoicing. No price increases. That was Scott Bessent on Morning Joe on MSNBC. Look, the nitpicking of Trump will continue. Hand-drawn letters, attending a wedding in 1993, photos being released. You can have your crumbs. But the rest of us with functional brains who look at results that matter for our personal bottom lines are more interested in the 5-course meal that Trump is serving. And right now, he has served up 4 of the 5. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT, the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at 1210 WPHT. Dawn, your thoughts, first of all, with Tulsi and the Obama discoveries, the way the media, specifically CNN, bailed, and then we can get to the economic victories as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down. I think as far as CNN goes, this was a live news conference and thousands of new pages were being revealed. So that's the breaking news story. It's not your job. If you as a news organization are going to take a live news conference, if that person who's an official with the government is making something up, is fabricating something, let's just take that for a moment, it's still news.
Sure.
If you want to listen to it and then break it down and even bring witnesses, experts, whatever, to refute it, to question it, or anything, that's all news. And I think that's that part of the issue that I have with this. What is news? So this was major breaking news. I don't know that we've ever seen anything quite like this. I mean, this is a top official within the United States government laying out this newly declassified information. So in other words, the media kept saying, and you played the anchor, Nick, the CNN anchor person saying, oh, this has been many days, because obviously the first document dump was last Friday.
Yeah, 6 days ago.
Technically, it was Thursday night. Technically, it was the 17th, but everybody, but it became public and reported on the 18th. So they're claiming that basically it's old news when it's not. This is something very new. They have new documentation. And before it was, people were saying, well, there was a whistleblower involved, and that was in there as far as somebody within the analyst community, in the intelligence community. So this is very different. So listen to what that official says, whoever that official is. Could be in private sector, could be public sector. This was major breaking news. And so then afterwards, and I found it I thought this was a poignant moment as well. There was a Q&A, and a great question was, asking about, will you, encourage these criminal charges against former President Obama? And Tulsi Gabbard was saying, she basically was saying, she's putting out all of this documentation.
Mm-hmm.
It's now up to DOJ and everybody else to digest the information.
In Pam Bondi's lap.
That's DOJ. Yes.
Yeah, right.
And so, but in this one, it would be not just Pam Bondi.
Mm-hmm.
It would be Department of Justice attorneys. They take this information, they digest it, they look at it. Because I think the truth is, if you think about even what President Trump has been through with Supreme Court rulings, we know the executive branch gets a very long rope, if you will, and a lot of forgiveness. So I truthfully think the ones, if I'm, for example, Comey or Clapper or any of those individuals, I would be a little bit concerned. Comey's already under investigation.
Those are the ones I think with less protection.
Yeah.
Remember, and this is where it benefited Trump, but it also could come back to bite him in the butt as far as the pursuit of Barack Obama, which again, there's never going to be a perp walk. There's never going to be an arrest. There's never going to be handcuffs. None of that's going to happen. We all realize that, I think. If you actually think otherwise...
Well, presidents have immunity, according to the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court ruling is exactly where I was going.
Well, that's what I was referring to when I said the executive branch has a very long rope.
Right.
Because you have just a wide breadth of immunity, and they give them a lot of deference.
Which, in defense of Pam Bondi, then, and I've said, look, this is her chance to, make good for the Epstein disaster, and people want to see a prosecution. Pam Bondi's going to have to put her legal hat on and go through that Supreme Court ruling. And remember, and I forget the terminology and the verbiage. I believe SCOTUS said that Trump had some protection, some immunity. I don't know if the phrase was limited immunity on certain things, but going back to some of the salacious words, aka the crimes, the charges. Remember, seditious conspiracy was thrown out, treason. We've heard a lot of headline-grabbing buzzwords in the last couple of days. That's probably what, Obama... And look, Obama issues a statement, which is also news, right? And then if you kind of flipped it around, imagine if this was the other foot. Imagine if this was a Democrat administration charging Trump exactly, or claiming Trump allegedly did what Obama did. You think CNN's going to bail on that? They would be wall-to-wall coverage on it. Now, in fairness to CNN, because I didn't watch it live.
Oh, I'm not being... Nick.
I had no idea how long they carried it for.
If you're going to carry it, though, Nick.
Right. But from a programming standpoint, you don't have any good content, so you stay with it.
Right. I mean, it doesn't matter. Once you are... I will just say, as a news organization, either go to it or don't. But to do that thing where she starts speaking and then the anchor. Now, if the anchor had said, "Hey, we have another channel and we're going to let it go to the other news feed type channel like many do, and you can watch it there, or it's streaming on CNN.com." If the news anchor had said that, but we have a lot of other news of the day, but that's not what they did.
Right.
The anchor was, you would interpret it fairly that they were pulling it back because the anchor then says, well, she's just trying to bolster what she's been saying for many days. Basically, these ridiculous, he tries to poo-poo it. The other piece of this is that I think is what everybody's focusing on in the so-called mainstream media is the Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump was briefed by Pam Bondi, last May, and told that
this May.
This past May.
Yes, May of 25.
Just months ago, in other words.
Yes.
Not May of 24, obviously. And so briefed him that his name was in the Jeffrey Epstein files.
We'll get to all of that because an unearthed video of Jeffrey Epstein in 2010 came out that I think is interesting. But I'll let you two be the judge of that. Let me ask you guys a question, though. The allegations against Obama and them is very serious. Treason is a very serious crime. I don't know if you get, do you get immunity from treason? You know what I mean? Like, if you're president of the United States, I get it. You have a long rope, according to Dawn, which the Supreme Court agrees. Does treason fall into that? Because that's what the allegations are.
I would actually start by asking the question, which is probably more important before you get to whether or not treason is protected under presidential immunity. Do these allegations even rise to the level of treason?
Cut two, Phil.
That would be my question. And again, I don't know the answer to that question, but maybe this answer will
The president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I am not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
So my question for you guys is that does presidential immunity extend to treasonous conspiracy against the American people? I mean, that's a really, really, really serious charge.
My guess,
really serious.
Yes, this is very serious, which is why CNN should have stuck with it.
Yeah,
it's major breaking news.
My guess is no. I mean, I don't know how you could be immune from treason, but I don't know that this rises to the level of treason.
So everybody's saying Obama's never going to do a perp walk.
Correct.
What?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that all of the media was all in because of a perfectly legal phone call with then President Trump back in the day, with, ironically, Ukraine's Zelensky, and that led to impeachment hearings and the circus that we saw with Shifty Schiff. And so if the media was all in on that, is there enough of an allegation to demand court proceedings and an inquiry and committee meetings and a probe into this? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Absolutely.
Of course they're going to do this.
So let the process.
They're going to drag this out through midterms.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I, look, I hope it's not true. I would prefer that it was dude in the shadows that misinterpreted it.
Our president
said
irrefutable evidence yesterday. Cut one here.
Well, he was quoting these documents.
Cut one.
The effort to talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. I know that Todd Blanchard mentioned that earlier this week.
The president spoke to this yesterday, and he said he thinks it's an appropriate idea. Kelly.
What is the accountability that you would like to see if this current president is the one who brought the case to the Supreme Court and Chief Justice Roberts made clear in his opinion that a sitting president's responsibilities in office cannot lead to prosecution, immunity? So what is it the President Trump wants regarding President Obama, given that fact? And the special counsel at the time, Durham, when that Supreme Court matter was not in effect, could have charged anyone and did not. So on those 2 points, how do you respond?
Look, the president has made it clear that he wanted these documents to be declassified. He wanted the American people to see the truth, and now he wants those who perpetuated these lies and this scandal to be held accountable. As for what accountability looks like, as the director said, it's in the Department of Justice's hands, and we trust them to move this ball forward.
Well, you would agree President Obama cannot be charged based on that immunity.
Again, I'll leave that to the Department of Justice. Stephanie.
For what it's worth, treason, the definition of, is the crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to kill the sovereign or overthrow the government. If that is what they would be looking at from a definition standpoint, legally, I don't think what Obama did as morally, ethically, and not even criminally, but it's wrong to do to the American people, the electorate, to create this feeling of a invalid presidency. I don't see how this rises to the level of treason, but then again, I went to night school.
Our DNI director says treasonous conspiracy. So those are the charges. Let me just play this too, because Clapper was on CNN last night. He said he's lawyered up. Roll this.
When the director says that she's referred these filings to the Justice Department for a criminal investigation, tonight we're told they formed what is called a strike force. Do you have concerns that they will attempt to prosecute you?
Well, certainly I do. After 8.5 years of this, and I don't know of an intelligence product that was more scrutinized, more investigated than that product was by numerous people. It's very disconcerting. It really is. And I take seriously when the President of the United States accuses me of being a participant in a treasonous conspiracy, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, what's your reaction to that?
It's ridiculous. It is untrue.
So what will you do if they come after you? What is your plan?
Well, I'll lawyer up, I suppose. Already have.
You've already hired attorneys in case of, in anticipation that this Trump Justice Department could try to prosecute you.
We've had sort of perpetual attorneys since I left the government in 2017.
Former Director James Clapper, thank you for joining us tonight.
Clapper, what a clown. While not a formal legal term, treasonous conspiracy describes a conspiracy to commit treason in the United States. Treason is uniquely defined in the Constitution, Article 3, Section 3, as levying war against the U.S. or aiding its enemies.
So if this evidence that's out there, which everybody agrees is very serious, one of them is going to jail, right? Clapper is going to go to jail.
No, nobody's going to jail.
Hillary Clinton might be going to jail.
Nobody will be arrested at all.
Bill and Hillary have been subpoenaed.
Well, hold on a second. I just want to clarify. Does anybody on this show think anybody's going to be put in handcuffs or arrested?
Nick, I'm just going with what the DNI and the President of the United States is saying.
It doesn't matter what they say. They're using salacious terms.
Of course it does matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't matter. They're using these to get headlines and attention, because if you don't use these words, it doesn't get picked up hardly at all. My point is, this is nothing more than talk show fodder and more ridiculous investigations.
No,
it doesn't. It doesn't
Nick,
delegitimize the acts here. I'm not saying that he didn't do anything wrong.
It would be treason. You could say it would be a horrible manipulation of these offices to do this because it's talk show fodder. Either you come out and you say these things and you mean them, and I think Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard absolutely feels, based on the preponderance of evidence. I mean, she's saying there's irrefutable evidence. She's saying She's saying words, gross manipulation of this to delegitimize the incoming President Trump.
I agree with everything she presented.
So I don't think that I think in fact she was holding back, if anything, especially during the Q&A. I do not think she was trying to sensationalize this.
No,
because I don't think you can. I don't think you can sensationalize this. Just the mere words of what she is saying about this report, and we'll get the treasure trove. They're declassifying it. They're releasing it. And for Clapper to say, well, this has been widely looked at. And when a bipartisan congressional group looked at it, they apparently did not have all of this documentation. So will they form another? I mean, obviously they're forming all these task forces. Now they have to look at all of this information, and either it will be thrown out or it will be, rubber stamped.
Well, I mean, task forces, subcommittees, there will be depositions, there will be testimony under oath, but there's a difference in having all of the goods, all of the receipts.
They say
to
they
make
do.
your she provided a great breakdown yesterday, but that does not mean that we're going to end up with what we want and what people want. And I don't know if it's I don't think it's a majority. I think most Americans don't really care because it's a circus. But for those that do, they want their pound of flesh. And unless somebody ends up in handcuffs, which they will not, there will be people disappointed in it.
I think so. So one thing I find curious is, that for me personally, when I look through all of this, my answer is not to say, oh, ooh, goody, somebody's going to jail, or ooh, goody, I'm going to see somebody in orange. I don't think that's the appropriate pathway. I think the appropriate pathway is to now take this information, look at it, examine it, investigate it, call witnesses, get further details on everything. But let us not forget that these officials, at the end of the day, they were also lying to the American people. Mm-hmm. So who leaked? Well, I mean, we've already caught Comey, and it was Susan Collins during a hearing back in the day. Comey has been caught before at leaking information that he never should have leaked to the press. This is his MO, okay, as a former FBI director.
Agreed.
So to me, this is worthy of launching a major investigation on many fronts, but get witnesses up, get them under oath, not some circus, not something where you have, Hollywood or TV producers involved, but rather people under oath and people who would run the hearings or these task forces, etc., who are bipartisan and who are not looking for one outcome or the other. The only sought outcome should be the truth.
It should be, from what I have heard from everybody, what I've seen here, this should be an open and shut case, and all of them should be going to prison, right? Or this is all just smoke and mirrors. That's what I'm saying here. If a Trump justice system, DOJ, cannot prosecute these, then who can, right?
So you also have to have the guts to do it.
I want to follow this every single step of the way, because from the serious allegations that are being levied by the president, by the DNI, then Obama should go down, Brennan should go down, Clapper should go down, Hillary Clinton should go down. They all should go down, right? If I'm following it to its logical conclusion, perp walks, all of that, Grainger, all of that is going to happen for those 4 or 5 individuals, right?
Perhaps,
according to you guys,
we all have a system in this country of due process.
Irrefutable proof, Dawn.
So
I'm going back to my president. Irrefutable proof.
President Trump has stated that he was presented,
not evidence, proof. Right?
Evidence.
Mm-hmm. Good. I want to see this followed all the way out. I want to see this. I want to see Obama in handcuffs. I know funny AI videos that are put out with Obama being put in handcuffs. That's all funny, and
no, I don't.
All the mouth breathers on Twitter repost it. But this is a serious charge.
I don't think of this as entertainment at all. Nor do I think of.
Well, they do, because they posted AI videos on it.
What's that?
They do, because they posted AI videos on it.
President Trump.
Yes,
posted?
he did. Yes, he did.
He reposted. That is true. He did repost something.
Great.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that this is a very serious charge. Yeah. So instead of the theatrics and all of that, we're gonna see people in handcuffs, right, guys?
Just like Fauci.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. My point exactly.
Yes.
My point exactly.
Well, my microphone is working, right?
Sorry.
I have said that nobody's gonna get arrested. I feel like Stalker's trying to be are you either trying to goad me or you're trying to go. I'm telling you, this is a waste of time. You and I are in agreement. I hope we realize that. I've said,
but what I'm saying,
5,000
I don't think it's a waste of time. I think that if
it's a waste of our tax dollars, it's a waste of our time.
I disagree. We as the American people were told of Russia interference.
Well, what do we gain?
We were lied to.
What do we gain from it? If we already know that Obama's a skunk, what does this accomplish?
I don't think
it won't tarnish his legacy because the media bows down.
Why do we have
to
a justice system? Why do we have police officers? Why do we have courts then?
Well, we have
nothing to see here.
At the federal level, they're almost a waste of time. We should just get rid of them because they get nothing done. And then when there's a chance to do it, Republicans don't have the balls. Republicans.
It's not going to be up to Republicans if they hold hearings.
It is up to Republicans. We control
it
everything
isn't.
right now. We control the House. We control the Senate. We control the White House. We control the Supreme Court. This is never good. Republicans are never going to have more power than they have right now.
Agreed.
And they're going to waste it. And get nothing done.
If they
of sizzle, they're getting things done with substance, which is ultimately what I care about.
You understand the system, though, right? You understand that we have a system of justice and due process in this country. So this toothpaste is out of the tube, as they say. You have Tulsi Gabbard, thousands of pages of documents. It requires now action.
Yeah.
She has now teed it up and put it over to FBI and DOJ. They are now required with due diligence per our system to investigate. So whether it's somebody that is a former president, I doubt it. But I will say to you that there's a reason Clapper is lawyered up. And all of these individuals who are being named will be called. They will be subpoenaed. They will be questioned. And then they'll compare what they said, when they said it, if they said it under oath. All of that could result in somebody being arrested, could result in somebody going to jail.
You have faith?
It is possible.
You have faith in these people to actually do what needs to be done? I'm going to defend Trump and Republicans here. When's the last time a Democrat was put in handcuffs? When was the last time a Democrat was charged with 34 counts? I mean, Donald Trump, they tried to put him in jail.
You guys have a bizarre attitude on this.
No, I think it's a waste of time. It's one thing for it to be true and be like, okay, yeah, this definitely happened. It's a different thing to sit there and say, well, do I think it will result in anything? And what, a long, drawn-out congressional theatrical production that we all sit here and play clips on C-SPAN, and nobody will ever be held accountable. Yep. By the way, I'm tired of feet being held to the fire, all right? Feet held to the fire. Cool. Great. When will a Democrat get a perp walk? And by the way, the way I'm delivering this is in defense of Republicans. It's amazing. They wanted to put Trump in jail for life and bankrupt him. And I'm supposed to be happy with Pam Bondi's going to do her thing in court and we're going to let the process play out. How'd the process work out for the Sixers after 13 years? I'm sick of process. I want results. And these losers won't get it. James Comer. He couldn't find two breasts in a strip club, that loser.
It's true. That's absolutely
I'm
true.
sick of these people.
But at this point, it does go beyond, like you're saying, Republicans, because it's not a congressional vote. It's not a House vote. It's not a Senate vote. Now you're dealing with DOJ and FBI. Now you're dealing with courts. Now you're dealing with evidence that has to be processed, witnesses that have to be questioned. And so that, yes, could lead to criminal charges. It absolutely could.
And look, at the end of the day, I'm not going to judge this administration pass or fail like it's an exam based on what they do or don't do with Comey and Obama and Clapper. At the end of the day, I care about the economy, the border, the things that actually matter to me as a person. This is all professional wrestling, as Stocker would say. But damn, it would just be nice for once if we could get a skin on the wall like they did to 47 for the last 2.5 years. Just one. Even give me a low-level functionary. It doesn't have to be the former FBI director. It certainly doesn't have to be Barry. Just give me some donkey in that administration with cuffs going through a New York court. The Southern District of New York, Lower Manhattan. Just let me see somebody walking past the camera like this. Just once.
I would just say this, that Democrats, when they had a lot of power, and the allegation here is at the highest levels, and this is the deep state and the swamp, and when they were in power, they not only stopped, POTUS briefings, which is shocking and horrible, but that they conducted in this manner fraud and lying to not just an administration within the government, but also manipulating the American people. And so I would say that if they don't take this seriously and trust the process as far as our due process laws, the investigation, if they had the attitude that Greg has, which I find shocking, because I would say as a conservative, after what they did to all the J6ers.
What's the attitude I have? I'm saying that if all of this evidence is true, then people deserve to go to jail, right? That's all I'm saying.
I'm not doing what Democrats did, Greg, which was they just, Trump is going to be in an orange jumpsuit. All I'm saying is I want justice. I want what's right. And Democrats were the ones who politicized all of this. They put how many people right up until Trump was elected. They were still hunting down. There were mandates to hunt down people who were seen in a video, some of whom didn't even step into the Capitol building. But it was a witch hunt. And now to learn this, that they were trying to delegitimize President Trump after the American people voted him in. So, I want to know more. I want justice. And that in and of itself is huge because it pushes a huge reset button. And yes, I want those in the swamp, if for nothing else, to be spanked.
Yeah.
I want to spank the swamp. That's what I want to do.
855-839-1210.
I do. I'm really serious.
Everybody's on the same page with you. All we're saying is that this needs to be brought to a logical conclusion. This can't be, as I said, AI videos of Obama in handcuffs and a bunch of numbnuts on Twitter going, Obama's going to do a perp walk. Like, it needs to actually happen. If what they're accusing them of is true,
the wheels are in motion.
To happen.
Well, keep in mind the venue.
Okay,
the venue.
All I'm saying is I want to see this followed to its conclusion because it is that serious, according to the administration.
And to beyond the SCOTUS immunity thing, keep in mind Washington D.C. I mean, we're talking what 90%, 95% liberal. Do you think? If this ever went to a court of law and a jury, my God, you talk about stacking the deck in your favor. Washington D.C. No Republican's going to get a conviction on Obama or anybody else in that jurisdiction. You thought the jury and the jurisdiction was stacked against Trump in Manhattan. Imagine how it's going to be in Washington D.C. 855-839-1210. We'll get these calls on the other side, so if you're on hold, I know a lot of you are, hang tight. We'll get phone calls, then we'll get to the news, and then we'll take a victory lap for all females out there. I think the whole trans athlete thing, it's over. Thank God. We'll give you the details coming up. Stay there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai stock. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, Elantras, anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi,
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the summer, the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Over 200 vehicles to choose from in stock, from new Santa Fe's, Tucsons, Elantras, and more. And 0% financing is available on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 31st, 2025.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, hour 2, 7:06 here on a Thursday morning, 7 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Our buddy Steve Pacraduni, the Pac-Man, checking in, obviously a part of Jack and his squad in New Jersey, says how we, the American citizens, win this is vote the swamp creatures out and make them irrelevant. If we put people like Obama and Comey on trial, then they become martyrs. Exposed what they did, move on, clean house in D.C. by firing all the unelected bureaucrats. To which I said before, and I'll say it again in my response to Steve, I said, it's great in theory. It's not practical long term. I think it just energizes a base. It's going to take, to do this, like the whole swamp draining thing, I think you would need at least 12 years. You're going to need this 4 of Trump, and then you would need like 8 years of J.D. Vance. And then it's just going to repopulate and respawn the moment a Democrat comes back in or a rhino Republican is in office. So I know everybody loves to say drain the swamp. Great in theory. Great in theory. Leave it at that. Let me grab this call real quick before we get to Dawn's news. Wayne, he hung on during the break. Wayne in Haddonfield Township. Wayne, what's going on, pal?
Yeah, guys, thank you. I think great topic the way you're handling it. I want to put a reframe on, the Clapper type of interview, or Brennan or Obama, if you ever were able to ask him. So obviously, you would say to Clapper, these are serious charges and very detrimental to your reputation. And he would certainly agree. So then the question should be, well, wouldn't you then welcome a full investigation to be able to exonerate yourself? Wouldn't that be the best way to clear this thing up and prove everything? Wouldn't you welcome that? And force somebody to answer that question, to let them go on about how it's not worth anything, or this is 8.5 years of more of the same nonsense. That's what we should have, just like you guys are talking about. Put it out there. To the reality of Obama being in cuffs, I don't know. I wouldn't say I don't care. But the fact is that if this information exists, then the American public, and let's not confuse it, by the way, with the Epstein stuff, this is far and away a significant foundational issue for our country and the activity of future politicians to know that they can be held accountable. This really needs to be fully vetted. So it's not confusing.
No, I don't think.
Thank you.
Wayne, we appreciate the call. No, I don't think it's confusing at all.
So can I ask you guys a question then? So is the goal then to just, as Packarduni says, is the goal then just to expose this stuff, or is the goal to prosecute it? Because I feel like there's a lot of exposing going on, but when it comes down to actual prosecuting, they're like, well, we don't really have the goods. It's like, well, you claim the treasonous conspiracy, so that's pretty serious.
Well, and exposing too. I mean, we could pick that apart. If you are a news viewer that only watches CNN or MSNBC, you're probably not going to be exposed to much. If you watch Fox or if you listen to Talk Radio 1210, we are going to cover this far more in depth and for longer durations in segments, in hours, and shows, and days, in weeks. So, and then you're going to have people that have already made up their mind, right? There's a lot of people in politics that just consume politics and they sit there and say, well, it's a big deal or it's not a big deal. How many minds are actually being changed? And also to the point of, I don't know who it was that mentioned Epstein. I mean, if I gave you, let's just throw out this hypothetical, since we're in radio land and we're having fun with this conversation. What's more important to you, Obama or Epstein, as far as vindication and justice? Would you rather have people perp walk from Epstein or the Obama administration, if you can only pick one?
I can only pick one because I don't care who they are. I don't care if I like them, if I don't like them, if I voted for them, if I didn't vote for them. I don't care. If they broke the law or committed some crime, I want them prosecuted and put in prison. I don't care. I want all of it. I want all of it done. I want all of it out there.
Right.
So, no, I don't want to pick one. But what I'm saying is I'm tired of these, like you said yesterday, Nick, these attention-grabbing headlines from people with very important jobs. Making these really, really serious claims, and then in 2 weeks we forget about it or move on to something else. The people are indicted, subpoenaed. They're brought before this, and then it kind of dies out.
Well, and
that's what I'm saying.
And it could die very quickly if there's any precedent to what we just saw with the Biden administration, with 3 people when they were asked about Biden's mental acuity. What did they all do? They pled the Fifth. So I could easily see all of these characters from the Obama administration, the moment it gets to the point where they are asked a bunch of questions, they're all going to plead the Fifth. I would think that at least, I don't know, however many people you want to go after and put on the stand, I'd be willing to bet at least 50% of them, if not more, would plead the Fifth.
Keep put a pin in the keep pleading the Fifth, because I'm going to get to that at 7:45.
All right. 7:12, right on the dot. Let's get to round number 2 of the news.
Headlines,
the great Dawn Stenson.
Yeah, headlines this morning as we look at what's going on this week in Philadelphia. We did have the confessed cop killer of Corporal James O'Connor. Big headline as finally 5 years later, after he was gunned down by all accounts a career criminal going away for 75 years. And just reminding you that when Corporal James O'Connor was murdered, remember that his family, because it was COVID, it was in 2020, March of 2020, that they couldn't even have a funeral right away. And then they waited 2 months to have that funeral and could only have, 10 or 12 people, something to that effect. This family has been through it. And then to be disrespected by this killer who really should have been off the streets by all accounts.
Shocking he wasn't.
I know. I think it just adds insult to injury here in Philadelphia with that headline. As far as what's going on today, President Donald J. Trump planning today to visit the Washington headquarters of the Federal Reserve. So he's paying a visit, and this obviously comes as under attack is the chair of the independent central bank's chair, Jerome Powell, who, remember, during Trump's first administration, Trump was the one in his first administration who had placed Powell in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And so Trump threatening to fire Powell over the past month for sure. But he has threatened to fire him, but signaled this week that he might allow him to remain in place as chairman until the end of his term in May, being May of 2026. We've talked about the fact it's very difficult to fire unless you find some level of criminality. It's very difficult to remove the Fed chair from that job. But Trump administration officials had announced plans to tour the site of the very costly building that has gone well over budget. So they're visiting this they're calling it the Fed Mahal, a play on Taj Mahal.
Yeah.
So the White House not providing a detailed schedule of exactly what President Trump will do on his tour of the newly renovated building, but plans to sign more executive orders apparently at the White House this afternoon, just as he did the 3 yesterday having to do with artificial intelligence. And the Trump administration continues to face media fallout of the administration's handling of the case of now dead sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. But we do know, we have confirmed through the House that in fact now it looks like Elaine Maxwell and her attorney are amenable to a visit. And will it be a bipartisan visit with that House committee? In other words, will Republicans and Democrats be present when she is deposed? Because that's possible. They may say they want transparency.
Do you guys think it's a good idea for her to do this?
On whose behalf, as far as being beneficial?
What I'm saying is that she could cut a deal.
Well, that's what she's trying to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but Dawn cutting a deal would mean that she could say whatever they wanted her to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If she's under oath, I suspect she has to be careful, but she's already spending the next 20 years in prison.
What does she have to lose?
Right, exactly.
I mean, all I'm saying is that this might be, well, I do think that it would be good to hear from her. I do think that there's a lot of risk in that. Because you don't know what she's saying. She could be, you don't know where her motives are coming from.
But I think part of this, and what we're seeing, is that the Manhattan office that had all the details, so DOJ had put in, word with them, had made those filings that we talked about, was that last week, where they were trying to get even redacted materials released, and all these courts are pushing back. Then they went to Florida, because remember the case that I've talked a lot about, that's what some of the documentaries are based on, what led up to that case that was led up to, unfortunately, a secret sealed deal with Epstein. This was back in 2007, 2008, in which Epstein, all the investigators, the detectives, they had him for rape of a 14-year-old girl. The victim and her parents had come forward, and it was, by all accounts, said to be a slam dunk case. And suddenly, Epstein had cut this sweetheart deal where he really didn't serve any significant time. And even though he pleaded out to some lesser charge and was sentenced to like 13 months behind bars, he actually got it so that he could have 12 hours a day on house arrest to go to work, etc. And then that was not unsealed until 2019. And so this week, the under Pam Bondi, they did subpoena the Florida offices, Palm Beach. I mean, that was where she worked. She wasn't in charge then. But the judges, they're all pushing back, in other words, because all of these sealed cases involve victims, involve different deals, they're all sealed.
They knew they would. That's why they took this path. They knew the judges were not going to unseal these documents.
They knew that
path.
was the likelihood,
Yes.
but I think they have to go through the process because you know it, I know it, but the American people and apparently media experts.
It's a way to say, hey, we tried. Sorry.
Well,
It's
apparently
in
media
a judge's
experts
hands now.
didn't know. Media experts are saying, well, they could do this, they could do that. So they're showing, they're going through all of these courts. And wouldn't it be something if a court said, yeah, okay, we'll release it. We'll redact some of the names, but we'll release it.
With you bringing up the Jerome Powell story here in the news in the Fed, Phil, if you could, I'd like to throw up a poll question. As to if you could only get one, what do you want more? Do you want Obama? Do you want Epstein? Or do you want lower interest rates? Because I get the sense that most people
I want it all.
Actually would rather have a better life and a better, cheaper cost of living, right? I think we're all sick of interest rates at what they are right now.
I have to tell you guys that like both these conversations, Epstein and the Obama DNI stuff, like nobody outside of our little world and the little world of, nobody knows, nobody has any clue about any of this stuff. So to your point, people probably here are going to say one thing or another, but if you ask the general population, it's just like, I just want lower costs.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what
what
the audience thinks. Let's get that poll up if you can, Phil. I'm sorry, Dawn, go ahead.
So we have that going on. I just want to circle back to the former Flyers Carter Hart case in Canada, because central to this case is consent. And what is consent? And so when we talk about American laws versus in Canada, so in Canada, some of the testimony, just so you know, and I believe he was a teenager at the time. He was like 18, 19 years old at the time this happened in London. It was a Junior Olympic situation. And so he and 4 others are on trial in Canada dating back to this 2018 case. So they had testimony. They actually had cell phone video of these teen and young men with this woman who went to the hotel room. And in the phone video, she had consented. But the word of consent in Canada is that you have to consent to each act.
Whoa, hang on.
Okay,
that's
Canada. What they're saying in court.
That's Canada.
So all you men, I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you consent to me opening the door for you? Yes, I do, dear.
Well, they're not talking about opening doors, but in other words, she consented to this up here, but maybe not that down there. You know what I'm saying? So there's no umbrella policy.
God, I hate Canada.
I know.
Really? This is and so wow. So if he's convicted and goes to jail, the judge is going to make the decision today. But I was reading on this thinking, he's
dead, right? He's dead on arrival.
Yeah. So, Carter Hart. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is
100%.
So this is a woman who went willingly. That apparently is not in question here. That yes, she went up to the hotel room willingly, and initially said yes, as she was an active participant in this whole situation.
Let me ask you a question.
At some point, though, she's saying that she wasn't asked. Well, that she felt pressured or something, but never said no. It's not. She never said no, but you're supposed to ask for consent for every different act as you're going along.
Let me ask you a question, Stanslin.
Yeah.
As a woman, kind of takes something out of it, though, right? If you ask, okay, now I'm going to do this. Okay, now I'm going to do that. Doesn't it kind of take something out of the moment?
After 25 years of marriage, and we get up.
We
get up at 2:30, and I get up at 3. It's like do not wake me up.
Don't speak.
Okay.
Don't speak as a married woman. Speak as a woman. It takes something out of it, doesn't it? When you're like, You know, come on.
I've just never heard of, and I just wonder, like, okay, is there a time limit? Like, is it every 3 minutes, every 5 minutes? Do you know what I mean? Like, every 7 minutes?
Wow,
I want to
every
know
act.
more.
Wow.
So
what if they're really creative and there's like a lot of acts? Yeah.
So I have no answers for you. I'm just telling you, this is what they're debating and what the lawyers were saying in court.
Is it every position?
I guess so. Okay. And maybe not even every position, but just sort of like,
yeah.
Is this a yes? Are you getting a little tired? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm not trying. You know, that's what they're saying. They have her on video consenting. And yes.
Punch me in the stomach if you don't want to do this anymore.
Is it like, you know, in wrestling, like you tap out? You know what I mean? Uncle.
Oh, I know.
I don't know.
Uncle.
I have no answers,
God.
but this is Canada. This is real.
Thank you, Dawn.
So there's a new study. We have to depart from politics, right? We need a break. So there's a new study out. I'll headline it. This was supposed to be headlines. The Lancet, and they say, you know how you go for 10,000 steps? So even if you go for 7,000 steps daily,
it's fine.
7,000 is awesome and reduces all of these major problems, heart problems, cancer problems, mental health problems by more than 47%.
Get out and walk.
Get
Stop
out
scrolling social media. Yes, stop scrolling social media. Let me repeat that to the people who are like, oh, you're calling your listeners mouth breather. Stop scrolling social media. Get out and walk.
Yeah.
Put your ear pods on. You can listen to 1210 WPHT. Just stop.
7,000 steps is the equivalent to 3 to 3.8 miles a day.
Yeah.
There you go.
So get out there, get moving, pump your arms.
And especially
breathe.
for those that work remotely, that sit at home all day, that aren't even just walking from the car to the parking garage to the office. Those steps count too.
Yep.
All steps matter.
All steps. And I imagine, like, I love those things where you can even be at your desk. You could stand and, like, do an elliptical.
Yes.
I've often thought with 6 hours a day on, like, what if I was on, like, an elliptical right now?
Yeah, that'd be hot.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Yoga pants? Right?
All right.
We got to go.
Segment is going off.
I didn't even have a sponsor. We're just off the rails today. Whew.
Yeah, right, Nick.
Nick Kayal, you got a little hot forecast for us?
I do. It is currently 73 degrees, Dawn. It is going up to 92 today. Sunny and a little bit warmer. Tomorrow, 96 is your high. Saturday, it'll be 88 and sunny as well. And then we have about a 30% chance of a little pop-up on Sunday.
You will love this, Nick Kayal. The poll question is up there on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. What do you want more, Obama, Epstein, or lower interest rates? You'll be shocked, I know, Nick, to know that Epstein is only at 9%. So only 9% of people care about the Epstein thing.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, how 4 years makes a world of difference, doesn't it?
What are the rest of the numbers?
I will give. You have to go over there and vote. Go over there and vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Nick, if you want to know the results, then vote.
More. So
I try to stay out of the YouTube chat.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go vote.
What do you want more?
What do you want more, Obama, Epstein, or lower interest rates?
I'll be very disappointed.
Epstein at 8%.
I'll be very disappointed if lower interest rates does not lead the way.
All right.
By the way, how do I even find the poll? Is it just show up in the chat?
Yes. If you're on the chat, you'll just see the blue background icon of 1210 WPHT.
Oh, I see the results.
And it has 89 votes.
All right. Well, not all precincts have reported
Yeah.
yet.
Everybody go vote. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
All right. Kayal and Company, we continue. I promise we'll get to Title IX. And then also...
We're going to go into we'll be done at 11.
Yeah.
We're going to do this again.
Back after this.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings, heart healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 734 as we roll on, just about 10 minutes away from the cut sheet. You heard the promo there with the rejoiner, Penn State football. Did my annual tradition earlier this week. I went to Barnes & Noble.
Oh, boy.
Bought my college football preview magazine.
What the hell is wrong? What do you...
Been doing it since I was 14.
First of all...
Oh, it's amazing.
First of all...
There's a point to this story, but
where's our Barnes & Noble?
Up by the in-laws,
okay,
in that Saucon Valley Promenade.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah. So I grabbed it.
There's a point to this story.
Yeah, there is. I'm just saying, I know we carry the games, and you know we've got a lot of Penn State fans probably that listen to this station or are Penn State grads, Penn State alum. If I looked at their schedule, I looked at all the talent they have back, that quarterback Drew Aller. If James Franklin can't get to the final, remember that's a 12-team playoff now.
Yeah.
If James Franklin cannot get to the Final Four or even the national championship game, that man deserves to be not only fired, but he should never be allowed to coach football again. They are so talented this year compared to the rest of the country. If they underachieve again, fire him. Actually, I want to see him in handcuffs. Anywho. All right, speaking of athletics, let's get to Title IX. Very interesting on two fronts as the U.S. Olympic Committee finally bans males from competing in women's events. This is a victory for the Trump administration. Remember the executive order. We'll get to the states in just a moment, but they write from, and we've had this guy on from Outkick before, Dan Zakshesky. He says, without much fanfare, the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee appears to have changed its policy on transgender athletes, now complying with President Donald Trump's executive order to keep men out of women's sports. On its official website, the USOPC has a page titled Transgender Athlete Participation in Sport. And just below that, the title, it says, we are invested in becoming a DE&I leader in sport by providing access and opportunity for all. The U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee appears to have changed the policy. While they didn't expressly state what executive order 14201 actually says, it's Trump's order titled Keeping Men Out of Women's Sports. So it seems that the USOPC has finally decided to comply with federal law and ban males from women's sports, even though the addendum doesn't explicitly say that. So seems like they've kind of just slid that on in there without much fanfare, which is interesting because if I recall, I think it was last year in August. I don't know. It feels like 10 years ago at this point. But remember, we were talking, and I think we actually played the video of some sort of international boxing match under different jurisdiction where the biological male was just beating the stuffing out of the biological female, to the point where, if I recall the story correctly from a factual standpoint, she eventually threw in the towel and quit because, she realized how just god-awful and unfair this was. And then on the Title IX front, Dawn sent this to us yesterday in our group text. More than 24 state attorney generals have just signed on to a letter urging the NCAA to strip trans athletes of their records and title. The letter called for NCAA president, and you can see the letter, thank you very much, Phil, on YouTube, NCAA president Charlie Baker to strip any male who competed on female teams of awards and give them to real women who earned those awards. So this is a major victory on two fronts for the Riley Gaineses of the world, the Paula Scanlons. I mentioned this earlier this morning. Any female that isn't even competing at that level moving forward, I think it's a victory for those who have decided to speak out on this issue at school board meetings, parents that maybe have relocated their kid to a different school, taken them off of a sporting team because it was unfair. Any guy that stood up. This is, to me, in the history of this show, as we approach 3 years now. God, where the hell does time go? 3 years already. This might be the dumbest, and I say that in air quotes, the dumbest issue we've ever had to have a debate on, because it's probably, and I know the numbers show it's like 75, 80%. I think that's low. I really do. I can't envision 20% of Americans out there that actually think it's fair for a man to compete against women. I think if you boiled it down and you polled everybody in the country, not just a sample size of 1,800 people here and 2,200 people there, if you asked all 350 million, this has got to be a 95-5 issue, 99-1, 98-2. I think this is important. It was the essence of the culture wars in the last couple of years since the midterms of 2022. And I know, Dawn, you've had plenty of women on locally at Penn, nationally. Multiple shows have had Riley Gaines on. This, you want to talk about taking a victory lap? Mm-hmm. I think this is a victory lap.
Yeah, we still have in our area, Montgomery County, Colonial School District. There are some school districts who are prepared to push back on this and have the fights. Mm-hmm. But the threat is that they'll pull major funding.
Yep.
So
as they should. And I'm not saying it's, never going to arise. I mean, we will see in certain, like you just said, Montgomery County. Yeah. I'm sure we'll have something on the cut sheet in the fall where a high school in California, and we're going to sit there and watch the video of the man rolling past in a race or a swim meet, a female, and, we'll talk about it and obviously point it out. It'll pop up in the Pacific Northwest, where all these woke ideologies emanate from. And you talk about big funding. We got to get to this real quick before we get to the cut sheet. This I think officially puts an end to the Colbert politics cancellation conversation that has been going on with everybody losing their mind. And I think it will dispel the notion that CBS and Paramount canceled Colbert because of Trump and politics. No, as we know, anybody realizes he was losing them a ton of money. But don't worry, the Trump bashing with Paramount and CBS continues, because last night was, I guess, and I haven't watched the show in years, although I used to love it when I was younger, season 27 of South Park premiered.
Yeah.
And we can't play it because we'll get flagged on YouTube. I would love to play it because it's actually pretty funny. They dug in on Trump with the Epstein stuff, and then they show Trump, and he gets in bed, and he's sitting next to Satan. It's like a 90-second clip. It's hysterical. And I've always liked South Park for their ability to go after people. But the bigger story here is Paramount pumped $1.5 billion into South Park.
Yep.
And then they come out and destroy Trump. So if you are of the belief that Colbert was canceled due to politics and Trump getting his way, you're out of your mind. They just realized that South Park is worth more to their umbrella and their portfolio than Colbert is. And I've got to imagine, and I'm not privy to, the way animation is created, but wouldn't you think, I guess I'll lean into both Stalker, you as a brand manager, Dawn as a TV person, is it easier and cheaper to produce South Park than it would be Colbert?
100%.
Even though they have voices and people doing the technology.
I mean, because look at the animation. The animation's terrible.
It's low.
You know what I mean?
It's really low budget.
But that's what's funny about it. So it's. I'm sure the costs to put on South Park are very minimal.
Right. But
Very
now
minimal.
it's also a show that maybe brands don't want to attach their product to, right? Because it can be a little raunchy, and it's not really, appealing for certain companies out there that like that wholesome family image. So I don't know what they bring back profit-wise.
Yep.
I'm just willing to bet they're not losing $40 million per year like Colbert was.
They definitely aren't. Here, I'm going to play a little bit of it.
Okay.
Mr. President, a lot of your supporters are starting to turn against you. Hey, tell them to take a rest. Sir, can you please talk to them? They're really riled up.
All right, give me that. Hey, relax, guys.
Yeah, hi. What do you think you're doing? Our children are being told that they have to sit with Jesus at lunchtime?
Listen, buddy, you just need to relax. All this protesting makes me look bad. Just take a rest.
Well, no, we're not going to give it a rest. All the people here in South Park want some goddamn answers.
All right, then I'm going to sue your whole town. You got that? Stupid idiots. Think they can mess with me, huh?
And now is when he gets in bed with Satan.
I'm not in the mood right now. Another random bitch commented on my Instagram that you're on the Epstein list.
The Epstein list? Are we still talking about that?
Are you on the list or not? It's weird that whenever it comes up, you just tell everyone to relax.
I'm not telling everyone to relax. Relax, guy.
There you go.
Oh, poor Stephen Colbert. Yeah, there goes that idea. There goes that narrative that he was canceled because of politics. Poor guy. Hopefully he survives. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in 18 seconds earlier than normal. But you know what? When you're 12 minutes late half of the time, you'll take 18 seconds early. Let's get to the stinking cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Staples. Calling all parents and teachers at Staples. Your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. The easy button. With supplies as low as 25 cents, plus laptops up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy. Thank you, Staples. We're going to be using Staples because with my son starting kindergarten, we're going to have all those back-to-school supplies. Now, we have a whole list.
Yep.
We have a whole list of stuff we have to get.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I still go to Staples for legal pads and pens.
I know you do. I know you do.
Just go to the dollar store.
They're not as good.
Yeah, they are. You're right.
I guess I could use Amazon, but I still enjoy the experience. You're talking to a guy who just went out and bought a football magazine. Like it's 1997.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, man.
I told my wife, I'm going to get the magazine.
Can you imagine, Dawn?
Like you're such an old man.
It's so funny.
Or an old man or a 14-year-old in 1997.
Well,
I just took my son to Barnes & Noble last night. It's really the one in Conshohocken.
I love the vibes.
Wait, you two,
so funny.
Two members of the show going to Barnes & Nobles. I didn't even know there were still Barnes & Nobles around.
Greg, I haven't been to a Barnes & Noble in forever, but David had to get a book for, because freshmen, you know what I mean, like the summer reading.
Yeah. Yeah, they tried to get me to sign up for the membership and the discount thing. I'm like, I come once a year for a football magazine.
Yeah.
I'm not your target demo.
Did you say that to him?
Yeah, I did. Sometimes, though, you go there and you get a cup of coffee and you sit in the cafe and you just read it. You read the magazine or the book and you just don't buy it.
Man, you're it's awful. It's awful, dude.
I'm a bad person.
All right, I'm going to start with cut 7 here. So I teased this earlier. I said we would get to it at 7:45, and look, we're getting to it at 7:46. So yesterday, killer Brian Kohlberger was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms without parole for the murders, plus 10 years for burglary and $290,000 to financial penalties to the victims' families. He pleaded guilty to the November 13th, 2022 murders of Madison Mogan, 21, Kaylee Gonclaves, 21, and Zana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, Chapin. So, yesterday during the sentencing, Kaylee Conclave's sister gave a statement to Brian Kohlberger, whatever his name is. Doesn't matter what his name is. He's going to jail, and boy. So this I've never seen a statement like this directly to his face. You have to see the video. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see it's a 4-box. The girl, the sister, is in the upper right-hand corner, but she's looking directly at him.
Yes.
And you can see his reaction.
She's upper right, he's upper left, judge bottom left, and then the entire defense table bottom right.
And she says stuff to him that is... I just, it gives you chill bumps. Roll this, Phil.
Please describe in detail the level of anxiety you must have felt when you heard the Bearcat pull up to your family home on December 30th, 2022. Which do you regret more? Returning to the crime scene 5 hours later, or never, ever going back to Moscow, not even once, after stalking them there for months? If you were really smart, do you think you'd be here right now? What's it like needing this much attention just to feel real? You're terrified of being ordinary, aren't you? Do you feel anything at all?
Look at his face.
Or are you exactly what you always feared? Nothing. If you're so powerful, then why are you still hiding, defendant? You see, I'm here today as me. But who are you? Let's try to take off your mask and see. You didn't create devastation. You revealed it in yourself. And that darkness you carry, that emptiness, you'll sit with it long after this is over. That is your sentence. And it was written on the wall long before you ever pled guilty. You didn't win. You just exposed yourself as the coward you are. You're a delusional, pathetic, hypochondriac loser who thought you were so much smarter than everybody else. Wow. Constantly scolding, turning your nose up to grammar mistakes, nitpicking and criticizing others. You wanted so badly to be different, to be special, to be better, to be deep, to be mysterious. You found yourself thinking you were better than everyone else, and you thought you could figure out the human psyche and see through it, all while tweaked out on heroin. Lurking in the shadows made you feel powerful because no one ever paid you any attention in the light. You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper. You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe.
Ooh, man.
You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep. Not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You worked so hard to seem dangerous, But real control doesn't have to prove itself. The truth is, the scariest part about you is how painfully average you turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear. Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most. If you hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile, Kaylee would have kicked your Thank you.
Yeah. Wow.
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 Now,
kudos to her, man. Way more discipline than I would have had.
Now, let me ask you guys this, and then I know Dawn's chomping at the bit to say something. I'm sorry. Do you think, because people in the YouTube chat are saying he doesn't care one bit what she's saying, do you agree with that? Or do you think like there's like that cut him to the quick?
Probably a combination of both.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't. He's also yet to reveal his motive, correct?
Correct. He refused.
He refused to say why he did it. So,
which was infuriating.
Yeah.
There were people, even President Trump, somebody asked him about it. Everybody was sounding off on that they cut a deal with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
He should have been required to write down his motive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why?
Right.
That was Aliva Conclaves. She's the sister of Kaylee Conclaves 21, who was one of the victims. Yeah.
No, they have no death penalty in Idaho?
Oh, they do.
Or that was taken off the table?
They do, and that's why,
okay.
you know, the families were split on that, but they were infuriated that they cut this deal without 100% consent from the families' consensus.
Firing squad stalker?
Oh, without a question of a doubt. I mean, like, not only firing squad, like, hang him upside down by his feet and then do a firing squad, or hang him off a building and then do a firing squad.
Yeah. There was a Pennsylvania connection with him, wasn't there?
Yeah, they found him up by
he's from here.
Up by where I go.
Oh, the Pocono
area.
Yep.
Yeah. Also reminds me of the other one we had up in the Poconos. The guy that killed the guy at the barracks.
Yep.
State police.
Yep. The Conclave's family is they're not shy about their words.
No.
This is Kaylee Conclave's mother speaking to, I believe, Fox News. Cut 27. This is what she said.
Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison. Thank you. Quick message from our youngest daughter.
Sorry.
Oh, no, we could do it again. We can play that. That's beautiful. Let's run it again.
Start it again.
Rack that sucker.
You may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
And the big F. Yeah.
There we go.
Maybe some big C's, too.
Yeah, these moms should send some gifts to some of the fellow inmates, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I can't imagine what those women are going through. That mom, that sister. I mean, seriously, like, how do you just go about the rest of your life with that not coming up in... Do you think a day goes by for the rest of their lives where they will not think of the victim or the scumbag that's going to be spending 4 life sentences in jail?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's one thing to compartmentalize many things in your life, to get through your job each day or to, do something with your family. But man, something to this magnitude. That's why I have such tremendous respect for the widows of families behind the badge.
Amen.
It's just unreal.
I was thinking about them too.
I don't know how I would process that.
So here's to all the people on the chat saying that he doesn't care. Brian Corbett doesn't care about what she was saying. I disagree a little bit. I think the reaction he would have wanted is for the mother or the sister
Yes.
or something to like come after him and screaming and crying, and like the way they were so calm and collect and just almost. I want to say diabolical, but I mean that in a good sense of just pinpointing exactly, going at him, like cutting him to the core. Yeah. I think that's the best way to handle that.
They picked him apart.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. No question.
So I do think because clearly that scumbag has no soul. So like it doesn't bother him in that sense. But I believe those guys, there's a narcissistic quality to them where when they hear somebody say, you're average, you're basic, you're lame, you're not as smart as you think you are, you don't matter, that type of stuff does get to them.
You're not going to be remembered and seeking the fame and attention that comes along with these, juicy trials.
What they want, what these psychopaths want, or sociopaths, psychopaths, whatever, what they want is that reaction, because they're like, I got to them. Look, I got to them. When you come in there and you're like, you're not going to get to me, and I'm going to break you down piece by piece, that is what actually gets to them, I believe.
And we also see him here publicly where he's stoic and, well, this won't get to him. But we won't see him behind bars for the rest. So a lot of time to spend in a little cell for the rest of your life. Prison will break everybody.
Dawn, talk to us about Kitchen Magic.
Yeah, we got to talk about Kitchen Magic. At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American made, family owned, and 100% tariff proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees. Take advantage. Do this right now. They have 24-month same as cash financing. It is time to love your kitchen again. Visit my friends at kitchenmagic.com. You can call them 800-237-0799, 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's a whole lot closer to home. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CR-V with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Are you looking for a unique venue for a private party with real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for up to 50 people? TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, PA has hosted over 25,000 parties for over 46 years in our unique maze-like showrooms. You can wander through all the rooms filled with games. Google TNTAmusements.com now.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
8:03, Kayal and Company. It's a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, Greg, good to have you in. Jimmy Fallon's joining us in just about 27 minutes as we continue with what's on the cut sheet.
By the way, get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, where the poll question is up. What do you want more? Obama, Epstein, lower interest rates. Obama, Epstein, lower interest rates. Vote. The voting is hot and heavy. But get on over to YouTube right now. Vote. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons, too, while you're there. Just low energy numbers for the like button. So we need to get that back up. Our friends at the not the Heritage Foundation, Commonwealth Foundation, did some digging and found out that Governor Shapiro, this got 5, Phil, spending $900,000 on a social media team.
Oh. Josh from Abington wasting our tax dollars on X.
Our tax dollars on a 21-person comms team, a self-promotion team. And you have to see these videos, by the way.
Okay.
When I say that, is this the close to $1 million that is happening, that is being spent by us for this, is just helping him run for president, right?
Without a doubt.
Roll this.
But in the club, we all fam. It's like, I must say, I'm a Barbie guy.
Get ready with me while we talk about some big moments in Governor Shapiro's first 6 months in office.
Wow. Riding a jet ski. Pictures of sunsets and Governor Shapiro. Throwing a football.
Bus. Yeah. Using all the terms my daughters use. That's on TikTok, so obviously he's trying to appeal to Gen Z because he's running in 2028.
How cringe is that? $900,000 social media team that our tax dollars are going to for that.
Well, Bruno has been saying for months on this show that Shapiro's social media team tweets nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
That this guy is just all over the place on all the platforms.
Remember how former President Obama was seen, because he grew up in Hawaii, on the jet ski.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw the jet ski, I just thought, that's, Barack was rocking it in this back, you know what I mean? That like everybody talked about that and it was kind of famous and that's like his thing.
Yep.
And so I just think if somebody else it's like that thing that they would have in all the ladies magazines and the teen magazines, who wore it better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With celebrities wearing dresses or whatever.
He's already adopted the accent, right? We've heard Shapiro many times in the last year, right? Where he's tried to sound like Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's trying to do the jet skis like Obama.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, kudos to the Commonwealth Foundation for digging that up because, you should know where your tax dollars are going. They're going to fund that comms team so he could do those things.
It's not going to pave Route 202, that much I can tell you. Jesus. Get me started on that road.
So yesterday, I wanted to bring this up. Yesterday, there was a big kerfuffle, whatever the fuffle is, online about Senator Kennedy, your boy Senator Kennedy, having a health scare on TV.
No.
So so I'm going to play the clip that went viral yesterday, and then I will play his explanation for it that he said. So this clip, he was on Kudlow. This clip was from 2 days ago. It went viral yesterday. And then he went back on Kudlow show yesterday to clarify what actually happened. But watch this video and watch how they cut away from it. Roll this.
I'm sure Jesus loves them, but everybody else thinks everybody else.
So I guess we had some more technical problems. That was the same mic as we lost with Senator Rand
So
Paul.
people were saying that he had some sort of stroke or some sort of health issue live on TV.
Okay. It sounded like there was a little static there.
All right, let's go to cut 17, Phil. He explains.
Before we dig into the Tulsi Gabbard, so forth, I want to clear the air about yesterday and the interrupted interview. A lot of lefty medias are saying things they shouldn't say. As I understand it, what happened was your IFB, your wire broke down, and you had a lot of noise in your ear, and you had to stop talking because you couldn't get anything through. Now, if there's something different there, you tell us. But I think that's all that happened. A lot of people are making conclusions about your health that they have no business making, sir.
Well, yesterday I was on your show. I enjoyed it. I was just yapping away, and all of a sudden, my earpiece blew up. This one, it sounded like a 747 was taking off. Man, my ears are still ringing. Anyway, so I assumed we were up there. I just stopped talking, and I didn't start talking again until I could hear you. And I don't know, some of the rags up here they've got all kind of stories that I had a brain freeze live on TV, or a stroke, or caught an STD live on television or something. I don't know.
So
I know this will come as a shock to you, Larry, but not everybody in Washington likes me. And so when they can see an opportunity to try to start a rumor, they do. And that's what happened. But anyway, I'm okay. I'm back here today. I'm full of piss and vinegar, and I'll be glad to answer your question.
I guess there's a lot of debate over this.
I can't believe we're arguing about this.
Yeah. Well, I did say in that first clip, it sounded like there was static. So if he totally got interrupted by, technical issues, I could see that. It happens to me. It happens to all of us if your headphones all of a sudden stop working, or your earbuds, or your mic's on or off, or if it's not all in sync, it can totally derail you as you're trying to speak in a broadcast setting.
Yep. Yeah. But it is weird. It's almost like they hoped that he was having a stroke or something, and that's the dark side of this.
Mm-hmm.
But in television, you see people all the time if they're out reporting live, or the anchor, and you'll see them and they'll reach up to their ear and they'll pull it out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you should always do, because it sounds like feedback if it was screeching.
Yeah.
So it sounds like some kind of feedback, and that obviously can damage your hearing.
Yep.
So, but he's not. I don't know. For people who do it all the time, you get used to it, because that IFB is usually something that's fitted for your ear. It's not. That's part of the reason we wear headsets rather than like a television IFB that's molded into your ear, so it's way up in there.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's the problem. If there's some kind of loud feedback like that, your eardrum gets damaged.
Yep.
Well, Nick wears those low energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wear the headphones anymore. You give me a headache.
Really?
Yeah. Hats give me a headache. Big headphones give me a headache. That's why I use.
Maybe we should get a brain scan, homie.
I have. they found nothing.
Yesterday, so we played, if you want to go back and hear the spirited conversation that we had in the 6 o'clock hour that spilled over into the 7 o'clock hour about DNI Tulsi Gabbard and her press conference yesterday, you can go back on the Odyssey app and hit the rewind button and listen to it there. I wanted to get to one thing she said here about Hillary Clinton being on a regimen of heavy tranquilizers.
Yep.
Roll this. 3.
We had this in the big take. How about this?
For
religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers.
Wow.
Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump.
All right.
Well, if you were married to Bill Clinton and then lost to Donald Trump, you'd be tranked up too, wouldn't you? What? Well, I mean, if I remember real quick, didn't she collapse?
I was just going to go there. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. For a 9/11 ceremony.
Yes.
It was in when she was running for president,
Right.
2016.
It was
before
right
the election.
outside of a black SUV,
Yes,
right?
yes,
And her
yeah.
team was like, whoa.
Yep.
And it was captured on video.
It
8
was.
years ago.
Yeah.
And they said it was exhaustion or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
Remember, she was in the minivan.
Yep. Oh yeah. That's
It was. Remember that they had the team in the minivan, and she had to take a rest in the minivan.
I gotta say this too. We're very at least we try to be. We are very careful with our words. If you ever notice the way, especially Dawn and I, when we say things, we always try and we don't know this for a fact. When Tulsi talked about the tranquilizers thing, she did say allegedly, and I'm wondering if that is like, do they have proof that she was on them, or is she just?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if you have proof, you don't have to say allegedly. You
I'm
can say
more
it's right
interested
here.
in how or why Russia would know that. How does Russia know Hillary Clinton's health?
Russia knows everything.
Interesting how
They're
Russia
spies.
knows this,
They're
China
spies.
knows that.
They have spies. Come on.
The espionage game is a fun game,
We
isn't
put
it?
everything we do online.
Yeah.
Everything. I'm sure the former former first lady is no different.
Usually your health is pretty well guarded, though, right? We've been talking about, Dr. Kevin O'Connor and what he did, pleading the fifth on Biden's health. We've talked about Trump's health. They just released whatever it was. We didn't even get to it last week about, I guess, the swelling with Trump or the bruise on the hand, and he has, I forget what the diagnosis is. I'm just surprised that something like that.
Blood is not flowing properly, and it's draining into his ankles.
Right. We call those cankles back in the day for fat people.
Good God.
When the calf goes straight to the ankle and there's no differentiation.
Yuck. You look like you're going to say something, Stanzon.
I was just going to say that because in this piece of it, it is she's quoting something that could be hearsay, and so as that goes, that would be appropriate.
So why say it then if it's only hearsay?
Because she's quoting an official document with officials, and because this is cyber intelligence. So she's quoting documentation back and forth.
Gotcha.
So, but when you're quoting hearsay like that, you're saying, here's what the document states, but there's not, in other words, it's not a medical report. It's not a scientific lab report that's stating this that would be considered scientific evidence. It's actually hearsay.
Yeah, and it's the same thing that's going on with the Wall Street Journal with what they released on Trump and Epstein last night. Scott Jennings pointed this out. He says we're at the unverified hearsay stage of this story, and he highlights on X where they're talking about it in the article. They told the president at the meeting that the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump. So I think we've kind of reached that point on both fronts where we're running with unverified hearsay because that's the clickbait world we live in.
So that I think it was appropriate for Tulsi Gabbard, who's not part of the FBI. In other words, she's part of a wing where she oversees 17 different large agencies, and she's in charge of, she's the umbrella, let's say, who's in charge of all of these different agencies. But it's fascinating to me that you have somebody who's the head of DNI who is exposing basically the swamp, those in the shadows, those unelected officials who, through the administrations, through all of the years, and we saw that, what was his name? Vindman. Remember the Vindman brother?
Yep.
And he was the one who testified,
Vindman,
right? And then was running for office. And he testified against Trump as far as that perfectly legal phone call that occurred between the then President Trump and President Zelensky back in the day. But you have this deep state, if you will. The only thing I'm going to say about all of this, and I think it's all intertwined if you think about it, with Epstein, CIA, so-called, cybersecurity, intelligence, all of this world, is that if you take them on, and Trump and Tulsi and this administration is taking on a very powerful group of individuals. And so if I'm them, I'm not worried about Clapper or Comey or Obama. I'm worried about the so-called, men in the shadows. You think of that Life in the Balance. My husband loves that song, Jackson Browne, right? Mm-hmm. The men in the shadows. Those are the ones I would be like looking over my shoulder, because when you take them on and think about past individuals who did take them on, locally in our area. I mean, think about Kurt Weldon. Think about what happened to him when after 9/11, and he was on that powerful committee, a powerful elected representative who had the power to call for investigations. They took him out right before an election and basically went public with accusing him. This was Delco, and accused him and made it seem like he was some guilty guy, ruined his daughter's life. She was just out of college. And then at the end of the day, guess what? There was nothing to see here. There were never any charges. It all just went away. What did he do? He was calling for accountability and investigations into 9/11 and what they knew and beforehand and all of that. And then the next thing you knew, he was never elected again.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Don is in Franconia. Don, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, guys. I want to keep it alphabetical. Good morning, Dawn, Greg, and Nick.
DGN,
and,
yes.
First of all, I want to congratulate both of you for making that bike trip and all the time you gave up in preparation for that trip.
Yep.
You guys are heroes to me,
thanks,
along with the other people that did that.
Thank you.
And you more than talk the talk. You pedaled for the medal, man. I'll give you guys all the credit in the world.
And we both have medals. Thank you very much.
Yes.
And
Jokic.
Well, there you go. I'd like to make a couple of comments about this guy out in Idaho yesterday. I'm not going to mention his name because he doesn't deserve to be mentioned, his name. I don't think he has any clue what world he's about to enter.
I agree.
And I don't know what you're allowed to have in prison. I think you're probably allowed to have a cell phone, but I'm not sure of that. But anyway, he's going to become a human dartboard. I mean, I don't want to make it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, and he ain't going to be inserted with any darts. He's just going to be a dartboard. It's going to be lurking at every turn, every corner.
He's going to be spit roasted.
He doesn't even have to worry about dropping the soap, man. It's going to happen no matter where he is.
Yep.
I love it. Yep. I love it.
And well, anyway, he deserves every bit of that. And now he's dealing with people who know how to extract information from people. These people are going to get out of him the reason why he did it, and they're going to have it on their cell phones if they have one, or something that they'll have it on. They're going to sell this information to you-know-who for a good amount of money. And I just hope he lives in hell. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks,
You're welcome, Don. There you go.
Yeah, that's profound. And that was one of the moms. That was how she ended.
Yeah. Apparently, somebody tweeted me. Let me give the guy credit who did, just because I like to give credit to people, because I know people like to hear their names on the radio.
They do.
Philly Chick 8 says Kaylee's brother didn't speak in the courtroom, but he spoke to the press after and read the statement. It was on CNN. He went after the prosecutor. It was also epic. Jimmy or Phil, if you can grab that for me as well, because I'd love to hear it, because I like to hear the family of the victims get their pound of flesh. One more from Tulsi Gabbard, and I wanted to get especially Dawn's reaction to this, because she's been very in on the fact that Epstein was there were members of the foreign intelligence committee, right? In the Epstein thing. A reporter asked Tulsi about that last night. Roll this 3.
On Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great.
There we go. Dawn?
Well, I mean, the sourcing was now I'm going to forget his name, but the sourcing was from Israel.
Yeah.
The sourcing was Mossad.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the sourcing. So does she not have access to that information? I have no idea. So we've heard CIA. Does FBI have that information? Did she request? So the follow-up question would be, have you requested from the CIA or from the FBI any information that they have on the possibility that Epstein was some kind of an access agent, or what were his connections to either the intelligence community in the USA or foreign intelligence agencies like the Mossad, for example? That would have been my follow-up.
I'll tell you what, I thought she was very impressive yesterday.
She was.
Complete opposite of Pam Bondi in a setting like that. Just complete opposite.
Pam Bondi is very credible when she holds news conferences. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem was that first appearance, and Fox does her a favor by doing the second appearance, and they've buried. And I can't believe nobody replays it.
Well, the first one was Waters, correct?
That's what I'm referring to,
yeah.
Nick. I think you played it. Maybe in a big take or Greg's cut sheet way back. It was, I want to say, February 26th, because remember she said it on the Jesse Waters show, and he was saying, "Oh, this exclusive," and she was like, what did she say? Breaking news, Jesse.
Oh, she was giddy.
And she was a newbie, and I think it was a clumsy media error, or was it? And that's what the WSJ article that just came out yesterday is suggesting, that maybe she did have more, and that was late February, but by May, see, what's curious to me is if you believe the reports that are coming out now, let's do the timeline. So February 26th, she goes on Jesse Waters' show and says, "Breaking news, Jesse, we're going to name names," something to that effect, made it a real big thing, and it was a real big coup for Jesse's show. And then I think I want to say it was a Wednesday night, because then we talked about it Thursday morning, thought we were going to get that. And then Thursday came and passed, then Friday came and passed, right? And now we're into March. But then reportedly, she did tell Trump, according to the WSJ yesterday and USA Today, that she briefed him and said, well, your name or the Trump name is mentioned in the Epstein files. And I'm being careful with that.
Here, I'll read this.
Was it
for
the
you.
Trump name,
It
or was it specifically Donald J. Trump?
Here's what Daily Mail has. I have the printed version in front of me. Donald Trump was informed months ago by Pam Bondi that his name appears multiple times in the Jeffrey Epstein files, the same day she recommended against releasing all documents, according to a new report. Senior administration officials claim that Attorney General Bondi told Trump during a May 2025 meeting that his name was found in the Epstein documents more than previously thought among hundreds of other high-profile individuals. The files contained, quote, unverified hearsay about Trump and individuals who had social connections to Epstein. Bondi recommended in the same meeting, according to the Wall Street Journal, that the administration not release more files because they contain child pornography and personal information for victims. Trump, the sources claim, deferred to his attorney general on whether to make an additional files public. Just because the president is named in the file does not implicate him in any wrongdoing or connect him to Epstein's child sex trafficking claims. Administration officials told the Journal that Bondi's May meeting with Trump was a routine briefing covering a number of topics, and the Epstein files were not the focus. That is according to what Daily Mail is reaggregating from the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, and so the question is, so if you promise something February 26th, let's say, and then that briefing comes out sometime in May, I think the timing is relevant there. So why would you promise something? See, I don't think that briefing, I think Trump knew, of course, his name is mentioned in there.
Sure.
Because there are all these different files. But my question is, because we've heard over and over, and this goes back to a Guardian report from I don't know, when Trump was first in office the first time around.
Yep.
That there are all these allegations that Melania Trump, that Epstein had bragged that he was the one who introduced our first lady then to Trump in the first place. And so was Epstein talking trash about the first lady? Was he talking trash about the Trump sons, particularly Don Jr.? That's also a rumor swirling out there.
Mhm.
So there's a lot that swirls in the vacuum of not having all the information.
Can I play, since we're down this Epstein thing, can we play an Epstein a deposition from 2010? Have you guys seen this video?
This is Epstein being deposed?
Yep, in 2010.
Okay. No, I've not seen this.
Roll this.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment. Now, there's a video, or maybe it's a picture.
Let me ask you guys a question. Isn't the quick answer to that no? No.
Well, yes. Yeah, right.
Okay, just asking.
Yes.
Just saying.
Didn't he judge
a beauty pageant?
I couldn't think of the word.
For contestants who were, some were as young as 14.
Right.
And the question was, have you ever been in the presence
of Donald Trump?
Of Donald J. Trump with females under the age of 18?
Yes.
Well, we have pictures, in fact, of Donald Trump with his then young daughter, Ivanka.
I'm sure that's not what they meant.
Who attended. But that was the question.
If he would have just said that.
That was the question. The question was, have you ever been in the presence of Donald J. Trump with females under the age of 18? And so, yes, at that beauty pageant contest, they did documentaries on it. There were cameras and videographers everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question, Nick. At 41, if somebody asked you to judge a beauty pageant with some girls that were like 14 years old, would you do it?
A beauty pageant with minors?
This was not a beauty pageant, Craig. This was the next top model. And that's very different. These models start, and they were highlighting at the time. They were highlighting Trump's, in other words, real estate, all of these were in his buildings. And this was a common thing. There are local TV anchors who, and I've been asked to participate in these. With the next top model, that's when they start, around 14.
Am I being paid?
Well, for Trump, it was all about brand. It was about the brand and the Trump name. And you think about hotels and the buildings. These were huge events that and this is not an uncommon thing. I know that they make it sound like it's all icky, but I would actually love to go back and see all the different people who were involved in these. These are bringing a lot of money. And these are teens from around the world.
Well, keep in mind,
it's life-changing. It's like American Idol.
I'm a dance dad, so I've seen 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds, and every age from 4 years old up to college, high school seniors, college freshmen, wearing very tight, skimpy clothing at dance competitions. So, I mean, would I judge a beauty pageant with minors? Yeah, I mean, I think you can judge that and say, well, I've seen girls that my girls dance with at 15. I'm like, oh, she's very pretty. That doesn't make you a creep or a pedophile.
No, but this was the next top model. They chose the venue for a Trump property.
I was going to say,
they had a ton of people there.
Was it a Trump property?
All questions.
Is that why he was there?
Yes.
I believe that it was, Greg.
So let me just ask you guys this question, and then we have to get to Jimmy because he's sitting in the.
Oh yeah, we can't make him.
But I'm just going to point out there were still cameras and video cameras everywhere, tracking every movement of these young ladies.
No, I wouldn't judge Jimmy Fallon in a beauty pageant. That's for sure.
It was a major media event.
I don't judge dudes.
But if you're Epstein, wouldn't you say, like, why automatically, really quickly go? I 5th, 6th, and 14th.
Well, is he protecting himself there? Or is he trying to protect Trump?
But why wouldn't he just say, like, what? Like, that's a weird question. Like, why would you ask that? I mean, we have daughters that are, he has a daughter that's under, you know what I mean? Like, there's a way to get around that without immediately saying, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment.
That's
right?
fair.
Well, I don't have context, but I suspect that he has an attorney who has said if they ask you anything about underage girls, you do not answer because, of course, he had just cut the deal several years earlier, being accused himself, Epstein, of raping a 14-year-old.
Hey, Jimmy Fallon.
Hi, Jimmy. You want to talk about minors? Hello, sir.
Who's ready for some comedy?
We do need a comedic break, yes, because we've been in the weeds with this deep, disgusting stuff for far too long, sir.
Well, it's funny because when I logged on, it sounded like the last scene of Little Miss Sunshine. There was a pageant, but then it took a turn. It was like Little Miss Sunshine if the head judge was R. Kelly. Then it took another turn. Epstein got involved. It was a whole to-do. I'm pleading the Second Amendment. I want to shoot myself right now.
I appreciate that. Hey, can you hold on for a second while we take a real quick break? All right, man.
We're going to try to get Diddy involved in this debate as well.
Dawn, talk to us about Piazza.
Yeah, because I'm going to drive away from this. We got to talk about, because we're broadcasting from the Piazza Auto Group studios and the Piazza Premium Autos studios, but the Piazza Auto Group, man, they've got some exciting news, great news for them. Acura named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. What does it mean? It means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura, delivering more for your drive and for your dollar. So just visit them, Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Check them out online, piazzaacura.com, for all those special offers, which sometimes change daily. Some great deals, piazzaacura.com, Piazza, piazzaacura.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
840, Kayal and Company. Jimmy Fallon is with us, and he will be with you on Saturday, August 9th in Pottstown. Soul Joel's. Get your tickets. FoxAcrossAmerica.com as we continue with the cut sheet and get it revved up with Jimmy.
Boom. Talk to me.
Do you want to, Jimmy? Did you ever see the show My 600-Pound Life?
Is this an intervention? Did I look at Hannity last night? That was really my first reaction. I've clearly seen it, but I'm taken by the line of questioning. Like, I'm trying, stalker.
I know you are.
Vacation. Go ahead.
I'm trying. So I pulled this clip from that show. It's a very popular show. But this is a 600+ pound teenager. You have to see what this person eats for breakfast.
Oh, jeez.
And his mother cooks it for him. Like, here's like 9 pounds of bacon. Here's like, you have to see this. And it's like, it's kind of enabling. You know what I mean? So,
blame the mother.
YouTube. Wow, if she was, I mean, like, you know, you got to say something to her, like, hey.
The mom's not a bantamweight or a featherweight by any stretch.
YouTube. Yeah, but you got to see this guy.
Big mama.
He's a planet. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT to see this video and to see Jimmy Fallon's smiling face. Roll this film.
Okay, baby. Good morning.
Oh, boy.
How did you sleep?
Okay. No.
You're okay with the sausage and the bacon?
Look at that
How many
breakfast.
waffles are you going to want? Four?
Four waffles. Put
Okay,
four-
go ahead and get syrup. Get your fork.
Syrup, fork.
How about some donut? Some bear claw?
Some bear claw.
How about apple fritter?
Apple fritter.
Yeah,
No?
exactly what he needs.
Okay. You want extra butter?
Sure.
Okay, honey.
Extra butter, yeah, absolutely. Look, oh,
extra butter is just
I
to get
got
his hand through the
some
door.
cinnamon rolls for you, okay. You're going to want milk?
Okay.
You want to put the butter yourself or you want me to do it?
You can do it.
I know I've spoiled him, but he is a special kid.
Special.
So it's hard not to.
Spoiled?
You want me to pour the syrup for you?
No, I got it.
Okay. Or did you want the pecan one?
No, this is fine.
You're good on that?
Liquid sugar.
Thanks, Mom.
Look
What are you going to want for dinner today, baby?
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf? You want any more bacon or sausage, honey, or you're good?
I'm okay.
No?
No.
I'm okay.
Okay. Did I put enough butter on your waffles?
Oh, my God.
I should have made your French toast. Would you ever like that better?
No, this is fine.
This woman should
Tomorrow?
be locked up,
How many do you want?
in my opinion.
Are you going to want me to put the powdered sugar too on top of it?
Oh.
Okay. You know, Mom worries about you all the time.
Does she, though? Does mom worry?
I don't want to hear uh-huh.
Yeah, not a
I
thank
know
you.
my mom does worry about me.
Yeah.
It's because I can't really do anything on my own anymore. So I get depressed because I'm not really doing anything. I'm just like staying in the house. I just stay home and eat.
Wow.
Ooh.
This really is my life. I don't really know anything else.
Wow.
That mom should be prosecuted. Good Lord.
Wow.
In
You
a
know-
way, she's disabled him.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has. And you know what's amazing, though, about my 600-pound life? It's like, I love how they've drawn the line at 600 pounds. Like, maybe not 475. You know what I mean? I got to be honest, your 350-pound life is pretty challenging.
Yeah.
And we all, if the camera gains weight to begin with, you don't really have to wait to 600.
No.
Like, you can do my 550-pound life and give the guy a head start, lie about the 600, you know, but they physically need them to hit that breaking point of 600. And I get that it's a good title, but you could lie. I mean, it's crazy. Not only should the mom be prosecuted, everybody should be prosecuted.
Agreed.
Remember this.
Agreed.
They cast these TV shows.
Yep.
You understand? They two things that never get considered about this show. They cast these shows, okay? There is a great allure to being on TV to some people. Okay, so imagine they come to your house, stalker, and you're like an aspiring stage mom with a manatee for a son who just got rejected because they're closing SeaWorld, so he can't fly around in a pond and eat fish out of a hoop. Okay, and some producer goes, what is that? 572? Nah, sorry, you're too skinny for the show. You're not going to make it on TV. They're encouraging them.
You
to
are.
hit
They are.
600 pounds.
They are. They
Lock
are.
up the producers. This is madness.
Lock up the producer.
And then when you comment on it, they say you're fat shaming them.
100%.
Yeah, and then you're the bad guy.
Yeah.
Well, not for nothing, but the mom wiping the counter with her falling uterus flap there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's like a mini manatee,
Yeah.
so we got that going on.
I love a good pouch on my counter.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Lock up the producers. That is
God, lock 'em
amazing.
all up.
And lock up for us for wanting to watch it.
Apparently, the Maha movement didn't reach that house.
Jimmy Fallon is broadcast live. You can hear him every night here on 1210 WPHT from 7 to 10 p.m. He broadcasts live from New York City, where they are trying to do a city-funded grocery store if Mondami gets elected there in Manhattan. This is cut 20. Apparently this has already been tried in Kansas City and has failed.
Oh, the hell you say.
This is a news report courtesy of KSHB TV, the NBC affiliate 41. Roll this.
It's clear this Sunfresh at 31st and Prospect is struggling. This is the first section people see when they come in. There's barely any produce.
Oh my God.
A lot of the coolers and shelves around the store look the same way, empty. So shoppers have been asking us, if the store isn't closing, then where's all the food? A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked. No hot food or deli.
I watch people walk in and walk out.
The grocery store has received financial assistance from the city, but has been unable to keep those shelves stocked in an area that in the past has often been referred to as a food desert.
Around here, a good thing don't last too long.
And it will impact a lot of people and a lot of families.
The city owns the Linwood Shopping Center. A nonprofit operates the grocery store.
There you go. There's your future, Jimmy Fallon.
Well, Jimmy, either the government failed or that 600-pound Life family came in and raided the place.
Good job. Listen, man, they're trying this.
Yep.
What it looked like to me, and I was fascinated because you guys are watching this through a different lens than I am. I was just amazed that the items aren't locked up. I go shopping in New York City, like literally everything you want is in a cage. And then what's so funny about it is they open up the cage, right? Say you go to a CVS, they pull out the key, they open up the lock, then they just hand it to you. So it's like you could steal it anyway. But back to the point of why these stores are failing. Okay, and I think you guys know this. If the government runs a grocery store, essentially we, the taxpayer, are paying for everything there, which sounds expensive because it is. So the government quickly goes, well, gee, we can't continue to buy at these prices. So what if we force the producers to lower their rates? At which point the producers go, we can't make any money. So they stop making the stuff. And that's how these shortages get created. That and that roundabout thing of crime. And while we're on the topic, can I just add one more thing, guys?
Yeah.
What you just showed me reminded me, it took me back to 2020 when they were looting all the Targets and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The one shining light of the George Floyd riots, I don't know if you guys remember this, is they had looted an entire Target, literally every item on every shelf, but there was a freezer full of cauliflower crust pizza. It's like such a commentary on why we don't need to be kidding ourselves with this whole cauliflower crust pizza thing, because it was untouched in a riot.
Nobody will touch the cauliflower pie.
That's amazing.
Draw the line there.
Yeah.
By the way, with all of the items that are locked up, what is the most ridiculous item that you've actually seen locked up? Have you seen like deodorants and body washes locked up?
Yes. And deodorant, to the point, is yes. If someone's willing to steal deodorant, it's because even they know they need it. You can't smell yourself. Have you ever heard that? Yeah. The guy can smell himself. Deodorant.
Awesome.
Like that should not be prosecutable.
Yeah. I was
broken to that point. God, I'm sorry.
I was in your city a couple months ago, and I went into a Dwayne Reed for just something I don't even remember, something very trivial, and I was just like, oh my God. Everything is locked up. There was an armed guard in there. Literally everything is locked up. I'm like, what a way to live. Mm-hmm. Like, this is insane that you guys live like this all the time.
Yeah. It is amazing. And you've got to see the quality of pharmacies in New York, because Dwayne Reed is still somewhat dignified.
Yeah.
When you show up to Dwayne Reed, even though everything's locked up, they're still like, welcome to Dwayne Reed. Are you here to pick up a prescription? Yeah. You go to Rite Aid, the first question is, you're not a cop, are you? What is going on? What kind of pharmacy is this? It's totally different animal.
Yeah. Baltimore Ravens head coach John Harbaugh was asked by a reporter why he met with Trump. Do you guys know why, Nick, do you know why he met with Trump?
I think it was the whole family, the whole Harbaugh family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because he's a supporter.
And he had a great response for this reporter who's like, "Why did you meet with the president?" Roll this. In the past, all the denigrating things Trump has said, and you still met with him.
Well, how you frame that question? I would frame the question like, you got a chance to go visit with the president, man. What was that experience like? It was amazing. It was awesome. And I promise you, I root for our president. You know, I want our president to be successful, just like I want my quarterback to be successful, and I want my team to be successful. And it was an amazing experience. You know, it's not often you get invited and you get a chance to do something like that as a family. You know, we were there. My daughter was there. Jim's daughters were there. My mom and dad were there. My mom and President Trump. You know, just seeing how he treated her was really meaningful.
There's no doubt the Harbaughs are Trumpers, no doubt. Mm-hmm. And if I was Harbaugh, I would have flipped it there, Jimmy, on that probably Baltimore Sun reporter and said, "Yo, by the way, my franchise quarterback Lamar Jackson likes Trump as well. Have you asked him about that?" Just stick that right back in his lap.
Listen, man, guys like him, as much as we laugh about this, they are the true cultural leaders right now. Because do you remember how in 2020 and 2016, there was not a single coach who could say they were friends with Trump?
Yep.
I mean, do you remember when they found a MAGA hat in that Tom Brady locker? Yeah. And he had to be like, no, that's not a Trump support. I actually had hired a male hooker. It was his hats. He's in the showers waiting for me anyway. I gotta go. Like they couldn't say it in public. Yeah. And this is the cultural shift. Like the sports embrace of Trump is a really big deal. And screw every one of those reporters, because he's right. The loaded context, Greg, of that question. It's like, this is the man who dehumanizes migrants. Why would you meet with him? Well, and it's so performative.
Yeah, no, you're right. And Jimmy, you mentioned the cultural shift. Think about what's happening right now in comedy with Colbert being canceled. South Park last night, they parody and they spoof and they rip into Trump. It's the same company. So there's definitely a vibe shift in this country right now.
100%. But what's funny is no one's mentioning that Paramount gave South Park $1.5 billion. I know you guys are. Mm-hmm. That takes the air out of every one of their arguments about this being like, they won't pay anyone who's anti-Trump. Okay, they only bashed Trump. They sat out other elections that didn't involve him. And it's funny, I got into it with Elizabeth Warren last night, but she deleted the comments. Pocahontas. She had tweeted this graph showing why the Colbert thing should be investigated by Congress. I'm like, I said Paramount just gave $1.5 billion to South Park, the most anti-Trump cartoon in history. Go home, put on an episode in your teepee, and get over it. And whatever staffer's running her account had a few back and forth comments that have all been taken down.
Oh, man.
But
hope you screenshotted them.
No, I did not. It doesn't mean as much to me. Back in the day, I would have been like, yeah, I got into it with a senator. Because you see, like, what I come from is like, you remember Malice at the Palace when the basketball players ran up and beat up the Detroit Pistons fans?
Sure. Okay.
Well, I'm on the side of the apoplectic cameraman now, but I used to be the Piston fan, being like, come up here, we'll fight right now. So I've evolved, Donnie. This is a sign of progress.
Jimmy, was Epstein ever in your cab?
You know, it'd be pretty funny. I cannot. I'm going to plead the 5th, the 14th,
and the
6th. That is a funny story. Like, he could have been, because people always ask me this. They're like, have you ever been in one of those wild stories where there was like a baby born in your taxi? And I'm like, no, I've never seen a baby born in my taxi, but I've seen a few hundred of them made in my taxi. And he could be the one. I don't know. We lost a lot of good men out there in that seat. I'm going to tell you right now. I used to pull into the garage, and it's funny because when you hand off your cab at the end of a shift, most people tip the guy. If it's going to another driver, there's nobody to tip. The other driver's just taking the key like a Hot Sheets motel and getting right in there. But when your cab is actually done for the day and there's like a maintenance guy, like, you really have a guilty conscience, and you tip him like on a day. If it's like a $20 day, he knows he's bringing in a woman to perform an exorcist in the backseat.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT, where you can see all this. I have one more for Jimmy, and this is Elise Slotkin tried to make a football analogy. I just thought this is amazing. This is cut 19. Roll this.
That it's all bad, but by charting a strategy from beginning to end on how we get through this moment. And we will. For God's sakes, people, the Detroit Lions are going to win the national championship and the Super Bowl, and they were in the toilet for years. So.
Pretty amazing that they could win the sport that's played on Saturday and Sunday. They're going to sweep both titles, Jimmy.
She's got them in two. I mean, listen, this has happened before. AOC once bet the Electoral College to win the NCAA. So, you never know. But this is that whole performative thing that politicians do. They should never comment in areas that they clearly don't have a background in. Do you remember when Joe Biden said they were bogadas in the Bronx?
Bogadas.
He clearly didn't have any entree into that community whatsoever. So I put it on the speechwriter or the staffer, in this case, in Slotkin's case, who crafts these little soundbite moments.
Yeah.
It's like, because the one thing you've got to be worried about is the follow-up question. If you open a conversation in an area you clearly know nothing about, even if she gets that reference right, if somebody comes back with like, you really think they can do it? Just that alone befuddles somebody like her, because they're like, oh, I didn't know that I had to talk about this. And it's so funny.
Yes.
But yeah, that's embarrassing. Pandering. Do you remember? You're as unique as the breakfast tacos in San Antonio. And the bogadas in the Bronx.
The worst.
Not a joke.
The worst. She's just the worst.
Bad.
The worst.
But you know who's the best? That's Jimmy Fallon. He's coming up Saturday, August 9th. Soul Joel's in Pottstown. Get your tickets. Fox Across America. Great stuff as always, Jimmy.
7 to 10 p.m. tonight. Listen to his show and see him out at Soul Joel's. Thanks, Jimmy.
You're the best. Miss you guys already. Bye.
Hi, Jimmy. Love you. Keep the funny alive.
You know, too, with Slotkin, that was probably written by a dude, a beta male guy who has no idea if the Lions are a pro team or a college team.
100%.
Democrats just can't do anything right with men. You can't make that mistake.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Nick, talk to us about Bucks County Estate
Absolutely. They don't make furniture like they used to. If you're tired of all of that cheap, mass-produced junk, let's talk about Bucks County Estate Traders, where they have the best of the best. Their massive Hatfield showroom, over 16,000 pieces of only high-end furniture. Brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and you're going to save thousands compared to new retail prices. And it doesn't matter what you're looking for. If you're going classic or modern, rustic or traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that will fit today's homes. It doesn't matter if you're doing just the living room or maybe the dining room, the home office, if your wife or you work remotely, even that man cave that we all want to finish eventually one day and avoid our wives for the rest of eternity. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code, which displays the details instantly. And their expert staff, the best in the business. No pushy salespeople. Why? Matt Stanella, the owner, he doesn't employ them. Just straight shooters who know their stuff. Check out their website. Call ahead. They'll have the pieces you want ready to show you. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to nordiciusa.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:02, Kayal and Company. Fourth and final hour is underway as we continue with a Thursday cut sheet. Fight Club, just about 8 minutes out.
By the way, speaking of Fight Club, today, 9:10 p.m. this morning, 9:10 p.m., Fight Club is going to feature a Bravo TV star. So we played My 600-Pound Life. I think that's the Learning Channel, right? TLC. This is Bravo. So it's a Bravo TV star in a Walmart. So there you go.
That's this evening?
That's this morning, 9:10.
Oh, a.m., okay.
9:10, we're going to do that for Fight Club.
Yeah, confirming once again why he refuses to shop at Walmart.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, right now the voting is hot and heavy. I think it's the most votes we've ever had. Ooh. What do you want more? Obama, Epstein, or lower interest rates? Go there and vote. We will give the results at the end of the show.
My people will not disappoint me. I know they're going to pick lower interest rates.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. You don't even have to stay. Just go over there, vote, and go about your day. All right, I want to talk real quickly about, this will be up both of your alleys. This happened in Deptford, New Jersey. A little leaguer was suspended from the state tournament game after he flipped his bat during a home run. The Haddonfield Little League has 2 more rounds to advance to Williamsport for the Little League World Series.
That's
I guess
correct.
That's what it is.
I attended it when I was at Lycoming for a semester.
Well, their chances may have taken a hit after one of their sluggers was suspended for a state tournament game due to a bat flip. Marco Rocco, a 12-year-old from Haddonfield Little League, launched a 2-run home run last Wednesday against Harrison Township Little League and flipped his bat into the air. The home run made it an 8-0 game in the 6th inning, which wound up being the final score. With a victory, Haddonfield clinched the Section 4 title and moved on to the state championship. However, as he crossed home plate, Rocco was ejected due to, quote, safety concerns, according to Rocco's father, Joe, where he told NJ.com. He said, they wrote us a letter saying there's a rule that says there's no horseplay in Little League, and they consider bat flipping horseplay, Joe Rocco said. Little League International openly promotes bat flipping all over social media accounts, their websites, and the broadcasts on TV for the Little League World Series. It's openly promoted and encouraged, according to Joe Rocco. This is his statement. My son watches that and was emulating what he sees. A temporary restraining order was filed on Tuesday in the Gloucester County Chancery Division in hopes of letting Rocco play. A decision will be made by 3 p.m. today. But Little League International is not willing to compromise in any way, according to the father. We have the video. There's no audio.
It's a 12-year-old kid.
Yeah. Phil,
what a bunch of jerk-offs.
Yeah.
Phil, roll this here. All right, so you can see the video.
Yep.
Nick, you want to describe
Credit of Joe Rocco. Here's the 2-2. The wind and the delivery curveball.
That's a nice
hit the center. Oh, and that's a big bat flip. Oh, that one went way up in the air.
That's a big bat flip.
That is a big bat flip. 1 run will score. And here comes young Rocco.
That was a
Rounding
big
third.
bat flip, guys.
It was a big bat flip.
All right, hang on. Let's
Oh.
wait. Do they have the video of, I guess they don't have the video of him getting ejected.
Nope.
Phil, can you just start it over? Just because I want to show youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Should he have gotten, is the punishment correct? I guess is the question.
Let's see this bat flip again. There's Angel Hernandez. Oof. And
boom.
Poof, there it goes. A good 20 feet in the air. Maybe 25 feet.
You can see the
now,
catcher.
he got ejected.
Yeah, you can see the catcher put his arm up. You see that?
Yep.
He was ejected in this game, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
I think the happy medium solution is ejection warranted. Don't suspend him so that he's denied playing in Williamsport. He's a 12-year-old kid. These kids work their ass off to get to Williamsport.
Yeah.
So he was called out. He was called out. They weren't not even going to count it.
Okay.
And then on appeal, the runs counted.
Okay.
They ejected him and then decided to suspend him for a game. So now he might not even be able to play, obviously, in their first state championship. That's the issue. So his family has actually, they've taken this to the courts.
Wow.
I would take it to the White House. Trump should pardon him.
They're seeking an emergency temporary restraining order that would allow him to play in the New Jersey State Tournament, which starts today.
I mean,
so
look,
they've gone to the courts for this.
I am usually against any celebrations. Act like you've been there before. You know, if you have a great ratings period in radio, there's no need to spike the football. You know, just keep going about your business.
Look, that was a big bat flip, but I don't think there's anything. I agree with you, Nick, that like if you wanted to, call him out or whatever, you know what I mean? Like but to suspend him from the championship game, no.
And those games in Williamsport, they end up on TV. I think ESPN and ABC broadcast it. I mean, that's like the World Series for these kids, literally. I mean,
and by the way, it begins tonight against El Mora. They're going to play at 8:30 tonight, so they have to decide by 3 p.m. if he can play or not.
Yeah.
The allegation here, and this is very interesting, is that they, according to and the New York Post picked this up. Even opposing teams are supporting this kid because they're saying that the major leaguers do it, but it's also that they promote the bat flips. And even these same individuals, they show the bat flips. This kid has done a bat flip before, like doing it, I don't know if it was that high, and that they actually post the videos of bat flip celebrations on their social media sites, and nobody's ever been punished.
Wow.
So they're saying, if you didn't want this, why are you celebrating? Why are you reposting it? And then on top of it, they're just saying, give the kids a warning or a training or something, but they claim they've never done this before. They've never complained about it or anything.
Spaceship Moon checks in on X, says, according to the New York Post, that put the team up 8-0. This is totally unsportsmanlike. In the old days, this would have been handled by the coaches and dads.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm totally fine with the coaches and the dads handling this. But just because it's 8-0, the whole sportsmanship thing, just stop.
Well,
Kid enjoy himself.
And maybe that's why they called it. Maybe they felt it was really like in your face when it was, you know what I mean? It was not a close situation. But normally, I appreciate the umpires and those different. They usually treat themselves like coaches with younger kids, and they'll take a kid aside and go, hey, that's unsportsmanlike. You have a great swing, kid. You have a great future. Don't do that again, or I will call it.
Yeah.
And then, or they'll tell the other coach. They'll tell the parents.
Mm-hmm.
So,
some of these umpires, it works both ways too. These umpires that go there and they get $100 a game or whatever it might be, and they think they're umping, the Game 7 of the World Series, for God's sakes. And then some of the dads take it too seriously. I said this to my wife a couple of weeks ago. I'm very happy that I have girls. I don't want to deal with what the dads have to deal with in sports anymore.
Yeah, just wait about 2.5 years, and then let's have that conversation.
I'll be in the basement.
The when the trauma begins.
I feel like I don't want to take the poll down that's up right now, that's been up since like 7 a.m. this morning, because the voting is hot and heavy on it.
Why, we can only do one?
Yeah, but I would like to.
All right, let's stop it and give the results and then crank up a new one.
All right. Yeah, let's do that. Let's. So just so you know, what do you want more, Obama, Epstein, or lower interest rates? Lower interest rates are winning at 53%.
My people never let me down.
Obama at 40%, Epstein at 7%.
That's exactly how I figured it would go.
Epstein at 7%. Really? Maybe would that vote have been the same a year ago?
I think this proves again it's a social media thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Amongst some Trump supporters,
YouTube,
like those, the Charlie Kirks of the world that are calling for it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT what's the wording in this, Nick Kayal? Was the suspension warranted? What's the wording?
Yeah, I guess that's fine. Is the umpire? Well, it's not the umpire that's doing the suspending. Yeah. It's the Little League Association,
mm-hmm.
right?
Should the kid be suspended? I'm gonna vote no.
I say no as well.
Dawn, do you think he should be suspended?
Let him play.
From the limited amount I've seen, the answer is no. But but here's the thing: I'm only saying no because the claim is that the Little League Association itself reposts and glorifies those kinds of celebrations with the bat flip. If that's not true, and they've been trained on this, they've been talked to this repeatedly, and this was, he knew that this was wrong, then, I think that's a teachable moment. But based on everything you guys have said and that I'm reading, I'm going to say, don't take him out of the state championship this evening, but warn everybody, train everybody, and make it clear moving forward that you will get suspended moving forward. Make that very clear.
Go right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can see the video and you can vote. Should the kid be suspended? Should this kid be suspended? youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Jamie Kelly, take it away.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight. I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Thursday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com. That's tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring the star-studded edition, the Thursday edition of Fight Club. All right, this is a Bravo TV star. Forgive me, I don't watch Bravo. I don't know who this person is. This is Diamond Tankard, right? Diamond Tankard. She's accused of attacking a woman at a Walmart with a rock-filled sock.
Wow.
Former Bravo TV reality star Diamond Tankard was formally charged this past weekend after filling up a sock full of rocks and hitting a customer with it at a Nashville Walmart.
Oh, it's Nashville.
According to the police affidavit, Nashville police were called to the Walmart on July 18th about an assault after Tankard came up to a customer from behind and allegedly grabbed her by the hair before then hitting her with the rocks. The former Bravo reality star then stole the woman's $1,500 iPhone and $900 Louis Vuitton handbag before darting from the store. Tankard, who appeared on Bravo's Thicker Than Water, a reality show based around a gospel choir that aired from 2013 to 2016, was eventually arrested and was charged with theft of property and aggravated assault before posting a $25,000 bond. All right, Phil Almquist, Nick Kayal, you want to do your color commentating? Go.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Off to the races. Yep, the hair's already been pulled. Dressed in pajamas again.
Wow, look at Diamond Tankard. Look at that.
Where's the rock and where's the sock? Where's the rock and sock connection?
Yeah, I don't see the rock and sock.
Just got her up against a little refrigerator there, too.
Beat her, Diamond.
Yeah.
Beat her, Diamond.
The box of old El Paso taco kits on the floor.
Well, there's definitely
at least one Walmart employee in her blue vest trying to break it up.
And there's definitely a weave there.
Yeah.
There at the bottom of the.
Yep. Another lady with her chest ready to fall out.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
What a mess.
Oh God.
Tube top.
Yeah.
Looks like there's blood all over.
There is blood on the floor. That is correct.
There's blood spatter. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see the blood spatter right there. Look at that.
I do not see any sock with a rock anywhere in the footage.
Yeah. Well, this is the police report that I'm reading from.
Yeah.
Which was I think it was either Fox News or the New York Post. So
yeah, Walmart went from rolling back low prices to rolling back scum. Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, again, you're right. The pajamas. Look at the. She's in pajamas.
I know.
What is the pajama Walmart thing?
No,
I know
it's-
Walmart's open 24/7, and we like to be comfortable when we do this.
No, it's a teen thing.
Is it?
Yeah, they all do it.
Phil's saying the sock of rocks is in her hand.
I don't really. Where? I mean, I see her fist.
Oh yeah, right there. Yeah, he just paused where it is. You see it?
Oh, it's like the brass nuts.
Yes.
The ref didn't see it initially.
Wow.
The brass nuts.
Thank
you, Phil Alquist.
I still don't see it. Where?
Rewind.
How do you have a sock so it was like premeditated? Sock? Rocks in the sock?
It must be an ankle sock. It's not a tube sock. Yeah. Well, I still can't. Yeah, but see now, look, she's got the open fist there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm throwing the challenge flag. I do not. Video evidence is inconclusive. The play stands as called.
Did she throw it? Is that what Phil's showing us?
Well, that's what you usually do, so the referee doesn't see it. You toss it out of the ring then, real quick. I'm not seeing it.
Phil.
Oh, wait.
See
Yep.
it?
Oh,
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
There
there
it
it
is.
is.
Yep.
Okay.
In the right hand.
Uh-huh.
Good job, Phil.
Phil's like, I'm going to spell this out for
Yes.
you morons.
There it is.
A little slow, Phil. Thank
Yes. Look in the top, look right above the hand.
Yeah.
Yep. You could see the white sock and maybe a red stripe to it.
Yep.
Oh, so this is a targeted attack. This is I'm going to bring. I mean, unless I don't think most people don't carry a sock with rocks in them all the time. This I think she tracked her down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
this is
definitely.
nasty.
And then stole it. So
right.
I guess when we just so you know, if you're new to the program, at the end of the week, then we take all the fights that we had that week and we vote on which was the fight of the week.
Yeah.
I think you have to take the celebrity out of this and just do pure fight, right? I mean, with a sock with rocks in it, that's a pretty good fight, right?
Right. Although yesterday's was really good too, with that real fit chick on the sidewalk.
It's true.
Took that lady down twice.
We have one more. By the way, if you have Fight Club submissions that you'd like to make, greg.stocker@odyssey.com, or you can follow me on Twitter and send it to me on Twitter @GregStocker. You can send it to me, and we're very behind, so we will eventually play them. But submit them because I love to see them.
Does it say what time in the police report this occurred at? Is this broad daylight, or is this one of these 2 a.m., 11 p.m. things at Walmart when their top level clientele come to shop?
No, it doesn't say.
Okay.
On July 18th, that's all it says.
Yeah,
July 18th.
It's a Friday.
Yep.
I might have to scratch off one. Yeah, I'm going to skip Walmart's moving forward.
Maybe they were just upset. What happened on July 18th? Oh, it was the first DNI release. They're upset about Tulsi releasing those first documents.
Well be,
they were
right.
Yesterday we played the video of William McNeil Jr., who was in that Jacksonville, Florida police stop that happened, where he was in his car. He was pulled over for not having headlights on in the rain. Right, it was raining,
and not wearing a seatbelt.
And
Billy McNeil.
And he was asked to get out of the vehicle 7 times. The cop broke the window. And then punched him in the face, got him out of the car. The police report, we played both the police body cam yesterday, which shows the entire thing, and the video that he showed, which was just the police smashing the window and then beating him in the face and then pulling him out of the car. Surprisingly, Nick, Ben Crump has gotten involved in this.
I really thought Ben was going to show up to represent Carmelo Anthony in that Houston, Texas incident, but I guess he was waiting for the juicier case to drop.
So William McNeil Jr., who's only 22, by the way, spoke out yesterday. Ben Crump, in his statement, says, "What happened to William McNeil Jr. should never happen during a traffic stop. He was punched, dragged, and dehumanized, not for committing a violent crime, but for asking questions. America, this treatment is far from acceptable." Let's hear a little bit from the victim.
First of all, I want to thank God for bringing everybody here together, and thank y'all for supporting me. That day, I just really wanted to know, why I was getting pulled over.
There's 2 hairstyles going on there, right?
Why I needed to step out the
Pull
car.
the dreads
and
a big
I
bun.
didn't do nothing wrong. I was really just scared.
Oh, for God's sake, you were not.
Yeah, that's it. On February the 19th.
Oh, here we go.
2025 this year.
This is his attorney.
America saw what America is.
Oh, here we go.
You saw injustice.
Ugh.
You saw a non-compliant suspect.
Abuse of police power.
I saw dollar signs.
But most importantly, we saw a young man that had a temperament to control himself in the face of brutality.
Yes.
William McNeil. Let me be clear. And people talked about him pleading guilty to resist without violence and driving on suspended license. That entire stop was not just pretextual, racial motivated. It was unlawful.
there are two black officers
and everything
stopped.
that stemmed from that stop was unlawful. What we're not going to do this morning is get in the back and forth between the leaders of Jacksonville. What we're going to do, we're going to focus on the facts.
Yeah, we're gonna.
And everybody saw the video.
We're gonna push racism.
You
Exactly.
release all the body
That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
But the body camera, the cell phone footage was unedited. There's a reality.
It was edited.
He talked about it
Yeah, it
not
was-
being in the car, but it was not a weapon because he did not weaponize it.
Ugh.
He stayed calm. The only weapon that day was a Jacksonville sheriff office. The nation saw it. Everybody saw it. And we're here for redress and get justice for the McNeil family.
Yeah.
A college.
Justice.
God.
Justice.
These vultures.
The facts. So you want to talk facts?
Some of the earth vultures.
It's the law in Florida when it's raining out or there's inclement weather to have your daytime lights on. He did not. That's why he got pulled over. It's not a defense to say everybody else didn't have them on. You know, that's like, when your parents discipline you. Well, she was doing it. Well, you got caught. So that's all that matters. And then you were offered how many opportunities to get out?
7.
7.
7 times the cop was like, and by the way,
which is 4 more than I would give.
Warned him, said, if you do not, I'm going to, because the door was locked. He had the windows up. He says, I will break down the window if you don't do this. I'm giving you another chance. 7 times he did it. 7 times. And then you had that edited piece of video that just showed him smashing the window. Not him warning him 7 times, just smashing the window and dragging him out of the car.
Agreed.
Yeah, he punched him. It was a little tap. Give me a break.
That will be the main element of this, I think. Not the dragging out,
I
not
agree.
the window bust.
I agree.
It'll be whether or not the punch was warranted.
I agree.
Well, headlines, you look at the latest headlines. Florida police under fire as video of black man punched, dragged by deputies.
Deputies, yep.
Washington Post, no charges for Jacksonville officers who punched a black man during an arrest.
You know what? Everybody thinks that like it's 1937 and it's Buford T. Whatever, rolling around in his pickup truck with his dogs. And you're like, where you boys headed? You gonna do like with the N-word, spilling out of their mouths?
Yeah.
Like that's not what this was. There were 2 black officers there. Stop with this.
It's also fascinating how the media will reveal the race of somebody when it fits a narrative, right? Like, how many times are we asking Dawn, do we have a description of Bubba or the papers or the TV channels?
Amen.
Nothing. But when it's this, then to me, it's not a race issue. It's you failed to comply. Now, if you want to debate whether or not the punch was warranted, you can debate that. I mean, I would say based on, if I recall correctly, how many officers ultimately showed up? Was it 3 or 4?
There was probably.
Remember, they had one in the front, one in the back, and then he was on the side.
There were probably 4 or 5 there.
Yeah.
But still, there were 4 or 5. 2 of them were black.
Yeah. This is just all these lawyers they see as dollar signs.
And by the way, one of the black officers said something to the effect of, "Stop struggling. This is going to be a lot easier if you stop struggling.
Yeah.
Stop struggling." Like warning him.
Right. But it's bad enough that you don't follow the verbal commands.
Yep.
And then when they physically have you somewhat constrained, then you continue to resist.
Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous.
In Florida, just so you know, it's Florida statute 316.217. In Florida, it is the law. Headlights must be turned on during rain, smoke, or fog. The law emphasizes the importance of visibility in adverse weather conditions for the safety of all drivers.
Yeah. And he was driving with a suspended license? could have been avoided if you just stayed home.
Also, the cops don't know what's on the other side of the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
He had tinted windows. They didn't know what was in there. They had no idea. So was the punch too far? Actually, I don't think it was. They don't know what they're doing they don't know what they're going into when they're breaking that glass down. They have no idea.
And the punch occurred while he was still sitting in the vevehicle.
Yes,
correct?
but still, he could have.
Which I think is actually more justified then,
Agreed.
because you
Agreed.
don't know if he has, whatever he might have.
Ben Crump and these vultures just try to glom onto this and make this a race issue. It's disgraceful. It's disgusting.
I'm also so tired of people that commit acts and then they begin their speech with a religious comment with God.
Yeah.
Stop already.
Yeah, and here's the thing about it, and I think maybe what should happen in states like this situation in Florida, that like my dad, I can hear, when you're trained how to drive, and I train my kids too. When you're pulled over, what do? You put your window down. You have your license and registration handy. You turn off the vehicle. You put your hands 10 and 2. If it's dark or dusk, you put that interior light so they can see you and they can see that your hands are on the wheel. Yes, officer, no, officer, you comply, you're polite. If there's something wrong that you want to refute, we'll take it to court later.
Mm-hmm.
That's
exactly.
So does that, I just think maybe this education has to go for when you get your driver's license. I realize his was suspended, but maybe that has to be on the driver's test. How do you react when you're pulled over? This is the law.
It's a cultural thing, though, because a lot of people like him are raised to hate cops, think that they're just pulling them over because of their skin color, think they're the enemy. All of that. Yeah. It's a cultural thing. That's how they're raised to believe
parents,
that.
And then it gets worse because you see the politicians doing it.
Yep.
And the media.
Exactly.
Yep.
And the media, Dawn read one of the headlines. The media just like a bunch of stupid sheep follow along and just be like, black person and officers. It's just it paints this picture of 1960, hey boy, what you doing over here? We're gonna hang you from a tree. You know what I mean? Which is so far from the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And resisting law, and I think this is nationwide, but in Florida, the crime of disobeying a law enforcement officer, and this is nonviolent, just disobeying, it's a misdemeanor in Florida, punishable up to 60 days in jail.
Amazing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was a lot, but I think we completed what's on the cut sheet for this Thursday.
We finished our homework assignment.
Thank you.
Pass, fail, we passed.
Always pass.
All right. Dawn's Big Three is on the other side, but first a word from our friends at Piazza Acura. Exciting news for all of the Piazza Auto Group. Doesn't matter the brand these days, they just keep racking up awards, and Acura falls right in line. Just named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in KBB's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, the cutting-edge technology that makes Acura what it is today, and of course that unmistakable style. All with long-term value that you can trust. I've told you many times, I had the Acura ILX a dozen years, over 200,000 miles, got over $4,000 for trade. I thought I was going to get $4 for it, to be honest. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and ultimately more for your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura today, Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, and you can shop online for all of their special offers, piazzaacura.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free.
Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Coverage varies by plan. View protection plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
The legendary Stylistics. Coming live for one night only. Friday, September 5th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. An unforgettable night of unforgettable hits. Starring the unforgettable Stylistics. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss the Stylistics.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
9:34, Kayal and Company, as we roll on. Super busy Thursday. Sean Farish will be with us tomorrow, and then we will head into another weekend. Still ahead this morning, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, what the morning mystery movie clip is, another chance for Dave Matthews Band tickets, and H. Cher Almquist will be in here. with Today in Music History. Philip getting ready to circle into the batter's box and then flip the bat 20 feet in the air. By the way, vote on that. Was the punishment justified?
Thank you.
On YouTube.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Should that little leaguer, 12-year-old Rocco from Haddonfield, New Jersey, Haddonfield Little League, should he be suspended for flipping his bat? Remember, they're in the state championships. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Go there right now. Right now. Stop what you're doing. Go there right now and vote.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's find out what's going on in the world of news, other stories out there that we may have missed. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9:35.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal & Company.
Sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. Number 1, we'll take you to local emergency rooms. We often talk about the miracle workers who treat and save the lives of so many gunshot victims in Philadelphia. Victims of all ages being rushed to emergency departments with gunshot wounds in the city of Philadelphia. Well, nurses at Temple University Hospital, they say their job is a dangerous one, much more dangerous than it used to be, and they want more protection. They say enough is enough, that nurses and staff members, they're demanding, and they've been picketing and protesting in front of Temple University Hospital when they're off duty, and they held a news conference as well, saying that their lives are in danger, what a dangerous place it is, and describing how nurses and doctors and staff at Temple University hospitals, it's not unusual that, in fact, the gangs and the guns are brought into and break into the emergency department, and they are faced with active shooter situations and terrified when these individuals make their way into the emergency room.
It's quite the hypocrisy to be against society and following laws and being anti-institution. And then, boy, when you're bleeding out, you need to help my buddy. Okay. Well, Temple has their own law enforcement. Is Temple not providing enough police officers there?
Well, that's what they're saying. So these are, the hospital workers and the Hospital Nurses Association describing a truly dangerous situation. I will tell you that the last time, and it was over the Christmas, when Michael was sick and I had to take him to CHOP, to endocrinology, they have metal detectors. They search you. They do pat downs because of the gun situation in the city, especially on the weekends. It's really crazy.
It's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous.
And so here, and they're apologetic, the security, because you're coming in there and you
don't have to live like this, people. I'm just telling you, we don't have to live like this.
Sin.
But you guys keep voting these people in. But sure, let's do this. Let's keep doing this. Right?
We have,
don't have to live like this.
Speaking of dangerous individuals, this is an FBI most wanted man that we have talked about here on Kayal & Company, especially in the news, right? And Nick has, I think, did a big take on this. Remember the guy who was captured on video, which purportedly was showing an individual hurling concrete blocks at federal agents. This was during those violent anti-ICE riots in L.A. Remember we talked about this? And there was one guy who was wearing a mask, but they later tracked him with all the video surveillance. And this was an FBI most wanted man. They now say today, yes, they have this guy in custody after the FBI put his picture out. And he's identified as Elpidio Reina, an illegal guy.
Shocking. And
he was busted at the border. 39-year-old man in Los Angeles. 39.
I thought I saw that last night. Yeah. What did they? You said at the border, or was he in Mexico?
I believe that at this point they say that they busted him at the U.S. Mexico border, and that was last night.
Okay.
And so today he's being processed.
Good.
So we got that going on. Number 3, first responders rescuing a local man in the Wissahickon Creek, right near Philadelphia's Chestnut Hill section. I was right in this. David and I were here.
They were in your backyard.
I know,
Stenson.
right? We were here. It was such a beautiful sunset last night, a gorgeous night. Unlike tonight, unfortunately, for Nick Hale's going to be out with his family. It's going to be like miserable and it feel like it's 95. But last night was beautiful.
I can't wait to sweat out that sausage, onion, and pepper sandwich tonight.
But this was on the This was on the Wissahickon Creek, and this man was fishing because it was a beautiful evening for fishing, walking, anything else. So apparently he was really into the fishing. He is in the water for hours, determined to catch some fish, becomes dehydrated and disoriented. His wife goes looking for him. She calls 911 and can't find her husband. Where is he? He was in the creek. So there's video there in the creek, they called it, but it's a creek. And so first responders, they were able to locate him just before 11 o'clock last night. And they literally helped him out of the creek. So he was in the water fishing. So you got to be careful, baby. Medics treated him for dehydration. I don't have any more details, but be careful. And by the way, I did find some fishing lures that people, I don't know, they were on the rocks.
Oh God!
Keep your fishing hooks.
Stalker, you fish, right?
So we threw it away.
Not in creeks though.
But you you freshwater fish, right?
I do. Yeah.
You don't eat the freshwater fish, do you?
No, I would saltwater fish, but I'm not super skilled at that yet. That's you have to be pretty skilled to do that. So I'm not.
You do.
I'm not at that level yet. So I'll just hang out on my pontoon and
on the pontoon
throw the reel in a few times.
Yeah, we need to do a Kayal and Company pontoon trip.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
No, we don't need to.
That'd
be fun.
I drive the pontoon.
He's driving the pontoon. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, we are sponsored this morning in our big three, Kitchen Magic. Kitchen Magic kitchens are proudly American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof because, they're local and they're right here in the USA. So your dream kitchen won't get hit with any hidden costs. Get 24 months, same as cash financing, kitchenmagic.com.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Mark Fusetti with a text to us. He says, 100% yes, that kid should be suspended for the baseball incident.
Wow.
Proving that Mark Fusetti, and I didn't realize this, he is a communist. He says I would bench my players.
By the way, Mark has a new book coming out.
I saw that.
Yeah, he's going to drop it off to us, I think, next week.
And it actually has sold more than Jake Tapper.
And then we'll have him on to discuss it.
All right, Chris is in the Northeast. What's going on today, Chris? How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just heard your story about Temple emergency room nurses.
Mm-hmm.
While Temple does have a fine police force, the hospital itself doesn't have any armed guards. Their security group is subpar, to say it nicely.
Wow. So they don't use the state trained police officers like they have on campus. They've outsourced with some sort of company.
It looks like Paul Blart and the rest of the mall cops.
Oh, God.
Man,
Are they on
that's
a
awful.
Segway?
God. Oh, that's good knowledge, Chris. We appreciate the call. Thanks for checking in. I feel even more proud as a Temple University grad today. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to the movies, the music, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and we'll do that coming up next.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings, heart healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dave Matthews Band tickets up for grabs. The show is tomorrow night, but can you identify this movie clip?
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
You're such a pig, Philip. What did he say? Terrence, why would you call me a pig? Well, let's see. First of all, you pigs. Oh, yeah. You'd your uncle. You'd your uncle. Shut your face, Uncle. It's all you're an uncle. Yes, it's true. Nobody uncles quite like you. Shut your face, Uncle. You're the one that your uncle.
Jimmy Kelly.
Think you know what it is? Be calling 12-855-8391.
I saw this twice in the theater. It was so good.
And you could win this great prize.
A pair of tickets, lawn tickets, that is, to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 on July 25th. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. If you can't identify that movie, you and Mark Fusetti can leave the country. Best of luck, 855-839-1210. Now let's get to 8 Share Omquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 24th, I have to follow that. Singles the Coon, She's Not There by the Zombies in 64, and Kiss on My List by Hall & Oates in 80. Altitude, Cowboys from Hell by Pantera in 90. Time and Award by Yes in 70. Avenged Sevenfold's debut in 2001. In the Heart of the Young by Winger in 90. Truth by Jeff Beck in 68. And Bleed America by Jimmy Eat World in 2001. Also in 2014, Duran Duran took legal action against the U.S. company charged with running their fan club over unpaid revenues. In 2003, Johnny Cash picked up 6 nominations at the MTV Video Music Awards for his cover of Hurt by Nine Inch Nails. In 82, Eye of the Tiger by Survivor was topped the singles chart. In 87, La Bamba premiered in theaters. And in 77, Led Zeppelin played their last show in America. But lastly, on the third day of the Woodstock 99 Festival, highlights included overpriced water, overflowing toilets, and a Limp Bizkit set that led to riots and injuries. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Omquist.
Unbelievable. Philip Omquist, always getting it done. The Dawn Show, she always gets it done, and it starts at 10 a.m., and we find out what's coming up.
Yes, so the latest on Trump and Elon Musk, we'll have a little update on that. Is there love or war or what? We'll address that one. We're addressing everything that happened yesterday and the new updates today after with the fallout with the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, all of that. and everything Trump, what Trump is doing today. Coming up at 10:10, because, it's about the economy, stupid, right? So we'll take a look at the CapEx comeback. Some of you talking about interest rates, the economy. Where are we right now? So we'll get into that with tariffs, everything, and the economy, economic numbers. That's 10:10 with our great expert, Joe Livornia, who's a counselor to Secretary Scott Bessent. You got to hear this. It's 10:10. Coming up at 11, you will hear from widow, and this is Terry O'Connor. She was just in court yesterday, disrespected by that cop killer who we won't name. What does she want moving forward when we see these situations going on with how police and law enforcement are treated in court, and as well victims, widows, and families? So the conversation with Terry O'Connor, and you want to hear that as well. That's at 11. And then in between, all the breaking news. There's a lot.
Looking forward to that. Dawn is up in about 4 minutes. Quickly, we have our winner, Alyssa in Lansdale. Alyssa, what did we just play for you?
Alyssa.
What?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Great team. So the movie is South Park, Bigger, Longer, and Uncut. One of my favorite movies.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Your uncle. Your uncle.
Congratulations.
You're an uncle. Yes, it's true. Nobody uncles quite like you.
So it was called Bigger, Longer, and Uncut?
Yes, correct.
It's usually what happens to men before they get married.
Or
born.
Oh.
And that'll do it for us. All right. Dawn is up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Sean Farish is with us, and we will see you at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody. 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel